Alrighty, guys, good morning. Welcome to Breaking the Silence and Healing and Prevention for Domestic Violence. And then we have our sponsors, which is Emily and Sandy, CSC Psychology Science Department, Wallstrom Ford, Options in Psychology, Alyssa Elm, Michael Claus, Sean Claus, Leon and Michelle Claus, In Spirit Counseling, Hughes Brothers, Chadron Community Hospital Corporation, and Western Municipal Construction.
I just want to thank everybody for coming. We really appreciate it. I'm really excited. We're really excited to get this conference going underway. We have a really good variety of speakers today. We have an awesome group in Revolution from Columbus that will be actually performing for you guys a play that they actually wrote about all their information and stuff like that. Then we have Mandi, Pratt, an awesome domestic violence survivor and advocate who's speaking after. We do have lunch provided at noon, so if you did not get a meal ticket on your way in, if you go back out the doors to the people that are there, they will have meal tickets. Students, if you do have a meal plan, so college students, please use your meal plan so the food can be provided to people who do not have access. We also have a Starbucks and a Qdoba, so if you guys want to get your Starbucks fix in, we also have that as well. Or if you want to switch it up, we'll have tacos for lunch. We have coffee and some water and then some other food. Feel free to help yourselves throughout the day. Then after lunch, we have two new speakers. We have Ashley Wasserburger from Wavy, and then Lisa Peden from Doves, and then Mandi Pratt will speak again. So we got a lot of stuff going on. I'm really proud to introduce our awesome Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Paddock-O'Reilly. She was helpful enough to come down to kind of give our opening statement to start out this day. I mean, she's also really cool because she has her MSW, so she's just another step up. So please give a round of applause for Dr. Paddock-O'Reilly.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I also have a master's in marriage and family. So these issues are really near and dear to my heart, even though they're my other life and not my current life. But I don't think it ever leaves you. So this won't be very long. It'll be a very high-level overview of why domestic violence education is important. And some of you may learn some things, and some of you may say, why didn't she use more technical terms? So it'll be a nice blend. All right, so there are a lot of misconceptions around what domestic violence even is. And so some of the misconceptions I have up here. So domestic violence is just when somebody physically harms their partner on a regular basis. That's very common. Only women can be victims of domestic violence. If the physical violence was really that bad, they would leave. Domestic violence between partners does not impact the children. They can do that in private. It's no big deal to the children. They're not being harmed. They're not being hit. So what's the big deal? Women often provoke their partners to harm them. They're asking for it. If they had just behaved better, it probably wouldn't happen. Alcohol and drugs are the cause of domestic violence. So because someone is abusing those things, that's the only reason why they're behaving the way that they are. It's really unusual. Domestic violence isn't very common. It's something that really only happens to uneducated and low socioeconomic classes. It's not something that happens to all of us. It's just this particular group. And perpetrators of domestic violence demonstrate that violence in pretty much all of their relationships. So it's really easy to see somebody that is perpetrating domestic violence because it's just their personality. Tough love is really the best way to get a victim out of a domestic violence situation. So none of this stuff is true. Let's just be clear. okay? It's something that a lot of general society believes, but it's not accurate. So let's talk a little bit about the reality of domestic violence. Domestic violence includes physical violence, that's true. It also includes coercion and control. It can include sexual violence. It can include verbal abuse. It can include social abuse. It can include financial abuse, emotional and psychological abuse. And also it can be perpetrated through spiritual, religious, or cultural abuse. A few other realities is that domestic violence can happen to anyone, regardless of their race, their religion. I said race twice, apparently somehow that was very important to me. Age, gender, or socioeconomic status. As a matter of fact, it's very likely that at least part of this room in some way has been a victim of domestic violence. Victims may stay out of fear, a belief that they deserve the abuse. They may feel that their partner doesn't really mean to. He's going through a rough time. I can help him. It will get better. They also may be trauma bonded, and they may have been alienated from their entire support system. So this may be the only person that they have in their lives for any kind of support. And through alienation, sometimes that includes having no financial resources, even if they work. They have no access to any housing. They have no access to any finances. They have no place to go. And so these are some common things that are true. Children are incredibly affected by being around domestic violence in any form that they witness. It impacts, through exposure, it impacts their mental health. It impacts their ability to set boundaries as they grow up. It contributes to social and physical issues, and it really normalizes the behavior for them. And it does increase the risk of some type of generational abuse, whether it be victim or perpetrator. So let's go over a couple of case examples. And you kind of think about whether or not you feel like this was domestic violence, this was just a bad marriage, this was just someone that didn't know what they were doing, et cetera. So just kind of think about it. So our first case example is a 25-year marriage where the woman was married to Mr. Right. She was from a blue-collar family. He was from a white-collar family. He was going to law school. She still had not finished college. It was taking her a little bit longer to finish college. And her family just fell in love. Everyone was telling her, oh my gosh, how lucky are you? This is gonna change your life, being married to this man. He's so kind. He helps us out. He's amazing. So, within 2 weeks of being married, it turned out that he had been lying about a lot of things, including his addiction. His behavior slowly escalated. He would often say, well, no, I wasn't out drinking. I don't know what you're talking about. I was at work or I was studying. And she would smell the alcohol on him. And of course, his behavior was not pleasant when he was drinking. And then he would tell her how she was crazy, how she was making things up, that she was just a killjoy, and that any problem they might have in their marriage stemmed from this kind of behavior. Over the 25 years, additional things happened. Some key things that happened: she was having trouble getting pregnant, and he told her if she didn't get pregnant, he would leave her. And the fertility issues were absolutely not his issue, so he didn't need to go to the doctor, that she could figure it out on her own. She would have several surgeries. She would have several other major issues that would happen in her life, and he would be gone working. So her family would come and take care of her, and he would be nowhere to be found. And during that period, her family would say, oh my gosh, look how great he is. He is providing for this family. He is taking care of you financially. He is so kind. I called him the other day and we talked and he was amazing. How lucky are you? You get the picture. It took 25 years for her to leave because despite years of counseling, and working with her on issues such as respecting yourself, personal boundaries, not feeding into the jabs that would be intentional to get her to start yelling so then he could say, see, it's your fault. And every time she'd start to leave, she would be told things like, well, you know you're going to hell because that's what happens when you get divorced. Her own parents told her that. He told her that. She probably left 3 times. And it wasn't until their 25th wedding anniversary that she finally had enough. And he was on a bender, said a whole bunch of things that I won't repeat here because they are that inappropriate. And for whatever reason, that was the day. That was the day that she said, okay, I've had enough. But that took 25 years of that behavior and a lot of therapy. She was in therapy from the age of 20 until 45 when she finally left. So you can see, maybe some people think it would have been really easy for her to leave, but you see how all of those intertwining factors, the support system, the spouse, but he never hit her, and she was told that too. It's not a big deal, he hasn't hit you, right? The next case is a 3-year marriage, which did end in a death. So this woman had had a successful marriage and had 2 children in that marriage, and her spouse died. And she did not have a way to take care of herself and her children. And so she did what she thought was the right thing, and she found a new husband. And at first, it was wonderful. He had a child of his own. He was kind to her children. But within that first year, some strange things started happening. He didn't treat his daughter very well. In fact, he would lock her up in a dog cage in the garage for punishment and wouldn't feed her. And this new wife was like, oh, that's terrible, we can't do that. And she wanted to call somebody, but she thought, well, you know, I'd be on the street, I can help this little girl. And slowly, this man started threatening her children that if she didn't obey him, he would harm her children. It led to him beating her. It led to him following her out to make sure that she abused his daughter. And in the end, that daughter died. Interestingly, they are not both serving the same amount of time in jail. She was very honest with everything that happened because she felt that was the right thing to do. He put all of the blame on her, even though there is clear evidence through CPS reports, through physical evidence, that he provided most of the abuse. And he will get out of jail and be able to live, well, I think he gets out at the age of 65, and she will never see the light of day again. So that's a very, very sad case, and many could say, well, she didn't have to do those things. But when you're not in that situation, was she wrong? Absolutely. Was it criminal? Absolutely. But remember, she had never laid a hand on anyone. She had never harmed anyone. And through threats of a large proportion, it led to this unfortunate situation. And she owns her part to this day. I have visited her in jail. She understands. She is incredibly remorseful. He, of course, is not. The next one is a daughter who had an abusive father. The father regularly gaslit the mother, would stonewall her, would cheat on her, stole money because they had separate accounts, would lose his job frequently, blame her because she didn't get him out of bed. And so the daughter watched all this. The daughter never dated until college. Sweetest thing you'll ever meet. Very first boyfriend in college, you guessed it, acted just like her dad. She didn't quite understand. She knew that it wasn't right for her mom to be treated that way, but then she was like, isn't this just normal? And she would go through a series of these relationships, which led to suicide attempts, hospitalizations, and a lot of counseling. And again, oftentimes, friends would say, what a nice guy. Gosh, he treats you so well. He treats you like a princess, because in public, he treated her these three men treated her very different. In one of the cases, she was the victim of sexual violence because she did not know that you could rescind consent. And so they were making out, she changed her mind, he forced himself on her. And she walked out and said, well, I deserved that because I just shouldn't have been kissing him. So you see, boundaries are very blurred when you grow up in these environments. And we'll skip Mr. Unaccountable, although he's kind of fun. So here's the overall importance of domestic violence. All of these things are what education and awareness help with. It allows individuals to identify abuse not only in their own relationship, but in the relationships around them. And it helps them to be able to better recognize how to help and support themselves and those that they love. It actually can help prevent violence or prevent escalation of violence. Because if you think the behavior is normal, it's going to keep going. But if through education you learn, hey, maybe that's not the way it's supposed to be, then you may be more likely to talk about it. It helps victims, families, and friends identify the early warning signs. It helps to reduce the belief that the behaviors outside of physical violence are not abuse, which is very common. Education awareness provides resources to victims and their support systems, how to provide support, and ultimately how to help those victims leave harmful situations, provides awareness of resources that are available, places that they can go, whether it be shelters, special homes, counseling, other support system, but without education, no one knows these things exist. It also helps to understand that there is a negative impact to your children. It is not just happening to you, it is happening to everyone in your family. It helps to reduce self-blame, and it also teaches the important skills like effective communication, conflict resolution, and setting boundaries. And these are just some of the things that education and awareness do. But you can see that without this, if people don't know, if people aren't educated, we go back to that very first slide where we have all the misconceptions. And it's very important to end the cycle of abuse through the education process and getting people help. And I know that you're gonna have a great conference talking about all of these different things and different supports and different practices, and I hope that you enjoy it. I know our students do an amazing job, and I'm so proud of them, and I look forward to seeing what this conference looks like.
But my name is Rebecca Fernau. I am the faculty member that teaches this class. This is Social Work 435, we call it. But this is our capstone project. So we actually start this project of putting this conference together in January. They're all super excited about this project. I get nothing but excitement and glee and joy, and they look forward to it, and they always can't wait until what we're going to talk about the next day or the next week. So yes, we start in January with selecting a topic, and then they're also in charge of all the aspects of putting the conference together, which includes fundraising, speakers, and how are we going to do it? Where are we going to do it at? How are we going to put it together? What is it going to look like? Yada, 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 yada. Of course, mind you, we have a big summer break in there. We don't usually take a summer break. We have to keep working in the summer as best we can. But again, it is a pretty extensive project. It takes a pretty big time commitment for them. So I recall doing this one in my own experience as a social work student back in 2009. That was the inaugural year, and I've been fortunate to be able to keep this going during my time here at Chadron State. So I want to give the students an opportunity to talk about their experience in putting it together, to introduce themselves, kind of tell us where they're from, and, you know, their role in this conference, and some of maybe the challenges that they had, some of the successes that they had in their role, and kind of why they wanted this topic. So we'll go ahead and start on the end with Drew, and I will let her introduce herself.
You're making me a time limit. I could talk forever. So, hi, my name is Drew Whitney. I am a junior. I'm the lone junior in this class. I'm a social work major with a minor in legal studies. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska area, ? I graduated high school from David City, but then my parents are in Lincoln now. So we're there now. But domestic violence is just a topic I really, really enjoy learning about and advocating for. I actually wrote... Last year we had to write a research proposal. I actually wrote mine on domestic violence and on police interventions and what was the best method police-wise on what turns out best for the victim. So I really find this topic really interesting, and I really am passionate about it because it's out there, but it's not out there enough, and sometimes the system is against survivors. So I'm just really pushing for advocating for education, because if we can stop the problem through education, we won't have as big of a problem in the future. My role is conferencing, so this room, figuring out some stuff. The centerpieces were my idea. I went on Amazon, spent a lot of money. It's fine, but yeah, so that was mine. Just challenges, I guess. There's 5 of us. So working as a group, no matter how long you've been together, it's a challenge. Communicating during the summer specifically, I was in eastern Nebraska, Madison was in Montana. We were just all over the place, and so we couldn't meet that much. And so it was kind of a challenge there, but we kind of figured it out. I'm really lucky to have all of these awesome ladies with me, as well as Rebecca. Even though she may stress us out a little bit more, just because she's Rebecca, she helps support us. As I can attest, I literally cried in her office a couple weeks ago. She was like, you're good, we got this, we got it through, so we're gonna get through. I may be sick, but we're just going through it. We're going through the motions, this is gonna be a good day. We started off the day strong, so we're just gonna keep on pushing. So I'm gonna hand it off to Madison now.
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm from Billings, Montana, and I'm actually a double major. So I have a major in social work and family and consumer sciences with a concentration in public health and human services. I wanted to do domestic violence because I think it's important to educate and advocate on domestic violence, and it's a very relevant topic in today's society, which is the main reason that I wanted this topic. My role in conference was the financial role. So I was in charge of budgeting and also making sure we had the funds to pay everything that needed to be paid. The biggest challenge was kind of not getting overwhelmed at first, especially with looking at how much money we needed to raise in order to put this event together. And in the end, it came together as a success, and we ended up getting all the money that we needed. So that was awesome. I'm going to pass the mic to Zoe.
Hi, I'm Zoe Wright. I am from Sidney, Nebraska. I just major in social work, no fancy side stuff. I wanted domestic violence to be our topic just due to the fact I feel like it's a big issue, especially with the college student population. It's not heavily talked about, and just having a thing that we can educate younger generations so when they get older they know what to do in these situations is really important to me. My role for the conference was advertising, so if anyone saw those little nifty Facebook posts, that was me. But yeah, I'm gonna hand it to Spring.
Hey guys, I am Spring Burks. I am a senior. Apparently, because of my age, I'm known as a super senior. That's kind of fun. Let's see here. I picked domestic violence. I'm a major in social work with a minor in drug and alcohol counseling. I picked domestic violence because a lot of people think it's a them problem, right? That is something that happens to those people, not that something that happens to our neighbors, and that's not the case. Challenges are, listen, I just wanted to finish a degree I started like 30 years ago. I was not prepared to do car washes and videos on Zoom. I was not prepared to contact a variety of speakers and put together a conference. I am not a public speaker. This was not a class I thought I had to take. But I am very fortunate. I have a great group of young ladies who have really ignited a spark that I thought I had lost, which has been kind of fun. So yeah, I'm glad to be here. The conference, I think, has been a great learning experience that I am grateful for. So yeah, that's it. And I'll pass it off to Miss Heaven.
Thank you. I'm Heaven Robles Wright. I'm from New Mexico. I'm also a social work major. I was kind of skeptical about domestic violence personally, just because I have like a personal experience with it and I didn't really want to talk about the topic, but they were pretty adamant and I felt like they had good reasonings, and it was obvious that if I didn't want to talk about it, there's probably a lot of other people that don't want to talk about it. So I feel like it helped me get over that a little bit, and also like help or educate other people and make it less of a, like how Spring said, everyone else's problem and everyone deal with it on your own. So make it more of a open conversation for everyone. For me, the biggest challenge was coming up with, I was in charge of fundraising, and that was obviously my biggest challenge was coming up with stuff that would get us money because we're in such a small place. So I feel like it was really hard. Like the car wash would put a lot of work, and I feel like it was a lot of work, and it didn't seem like it was worth it sometimes, but it was obviously worth it because we got our money, and yeah, here we are. And hopefully the day goes smoothly, and yeah.
Alrighty. So yes, I'd love to give them a round of applause because they've put in a lot of work. We're very proud of them. Yeah, so Drew's going to take over the mic and she's going to have a little bit of trivia, and good luck.
If you can't tell, I like to talk. I'm a speech kid at heart, so we're gonna keep talking. The thing is, now I have to find the right slideshow. There we go. Hold up. Present. Okay, I'm gonna make it easy for you guys. This is multiple choice. So there's 4 options to choose from. We have some prizes, we have some notebooks, we have some water bottles, we have some headphones, we have some Legos, and some games as well. We got a diverse group of things. So we're just gonna do, if you guys could keep an eye out for hand goes up first to answer, that would be great, okay? Okay. First question, about, these are all estimates because obviously some stuff goes unreported, about how many people in the US experience domestic violence each minute? Yeah? Sorry. See? Actually, why did I do this? It is D, it is 20. Come on up, you still get a prize. Because I got 10 prizes, and I just realized I don't have the answers until we go to the next screen. It's on my laptop. Can somebody grab my laptop? It's on the thing. Okay, we're gonna take an intermission. Nope, you get to pick whatever you want. Thanks. Okay. Oh, I don't have the microphone. Oh, really? Can I read the question first, please? And Avery. Sorry. If you don't know, Avery is also one of our lovely professors. Also, the data from that last question came from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. So the next question is, what percentage of domestic violence incidents are reported to go unreported? Whoa, estimated, oh my gosh. You didn't, we got it now. Okay, what percentage of domestic violence incidents are estimated to go unreported to the police? 10, 25, 40, or 50%? I think, well, they had the question. I'm gonna pick that one because she had her hand up before anybody else did. What is your answer? It is D, it is 50%. If you wanna come up and pick a prize. So about 50% of incidents do go unreported, often due to the fear, shame, or lack in trust in the systems, according to the National Victimization Survey. Which of the following forms of abuse is becoming more common? Gray? Digital abuse. Yes, digital abuse. So digital abuse includes stalking on those handy-dandy tracking on Snapchat maps, Apple Maps, all that different stuff. Then monitoring devices, so going through somebody's phone. And then online harassment, all those nasty messages, commenting, saying, oh, you didn't do this. So all of that as well. Okay, next question. Dr. Paddock-O'Reilly answered this. Children who witness domestic violence are at a higher risk of becoming victims or perpetrators later in life. True or false? You're jumping out at me. A? It is true. So exposure often increases risk of future victimization or perpetration, emotional trauma, and relationship difficulties. That's according to the Office of Justice Programs. Which age group experiences the highest rate of intimate partner violence? Jody, you were up quick. B, yes, it is B, 18 to 24-year-olds. Especially when it's in an early dating relationship or early cohabitating relationship. So the next question is, domestic violence only happens between married couples. Kyle. B, false. That is correct. I was gonna say that is true, but yes, it is B. It can occur in dating relationships, cohabiting partners, and family settings. Domestic violence is not limited to relationships, intimate relationships. That also includes anything that happens under a house. So child abuse, stuff like that, technically falls underneath domestic violence as well. Which of the following is the most dangerous time for a survivor of domestic violence? A, when they attempt to leave. B, the beginning of the relationship, when they tell a friend, or when they get married. Adri? Yes, when they attempt to leave or just after leaving. The risk increases dramatically after that partner leaves. Okay, the next question. About how many people in the U.S. experience intimate partner physical violence each year? Yeah? B? That is, oh, C? Yes, 10 million, correct. That's D. Come on up. Yes, so according to the CDC, about 10 million adults experience intimate partner physical violence annually. What is one of the strongest predictors that violence in a relationship may become lethal? Over here, yeah? Yeah? A? No, it is not A. Yeah? D, yes, strangulation, threats, or attempt is one of the highest predictors that a relationship will turn lethal. You can come up and get a prize. We got a Rubik's Cube and a notebook left. So, yes, strangulation, threats, or attempt. Approximately how many men, we're switching it up, experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime? Yes? That is not correct. Yeah? That is not correct either. Yeah? Yes, B, 1 in 9. Awesome. Oh, you can take the pens too, that was with that. You can take the fancy purple pens too. Yeah. So that's awesome. Yep, CDC reports that 1 in 9 men experience intimate partner violence. And once again, these references, it's all from National Coalition to End Domestic Violence, National Victimization Survey, Office of Justice Programs, Center for Disease Control, and Arizona State University. So that is the end of that quiz. So now I think it's Spring's turn to come on up to introduce our next amazing speaker.
Hey, hello everybody, hi. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mandi Pratt. But before we get to introduce her, I wanted to let you know that before she begins, her presentation does include brief mentions of trauma and abuse. If at any time that you feel like you have been triggered, that you may take care of yourself in any way that you feel necessary. If you step outside this room and go right around the corner, there is a counselor available to speak with you if that is what you desire, and some ways to cope if that is something that you need for yourself. So, moving on, Mandi lives by 3 words: peace, purpose, and power. After perseverance and a plot twist that involves the FBI, almost decades later, she turned her trauma into triumph and her life mission. Today, she's a sought-after speaker, a resilience educator, and an advocate for both education and physical safety. Some of her career highlights include becoming a certified domestic violence victim advocate and empowering thousands of students and educators across the country to reclaim their confidence and reclaim their confidence and well-being by her speaking presence. Mandi is known for helping survivors and educators live a safe, more peaceful life through her podcast, which is called Aware and Prepared. I have listened to it myself on Audible, and I do like it. So just put my own little information in there. I think she has 100 and some podcasts. So when she's not at working, Miss Mandi is taking care and dotting over her cat Stuart and sipping her green tea under the California sun. Mandi believes that intuition is a superpower that belongs to each of us. And safety is not a right, but safety is a right and not a privilege. Every person has the power to be their own superhero. And with that being said, I would like to introduce Miss Mandi Pratt.
All right, I'm sure that some of you have had something happen in your life that was hopefully super, super good and it changed the trajectory of your life. But for me, it was something that was not so good. And it was back in 2005. And it was a beautiful sunny day, just like this one, but it was in September. And I came home to the house I was living at because I had left an abuser about a year before that. And I walked to the door by myself and I found a business card tucked into the side of the door in the door jamb. And it said, Coroner's Office, Robbery Unit. And there was a handwritten note that said, call me please, with a telephone number. So of course, my heart is beating wildly, right? And I am wondering, what in the world am I gonna get when I dial that phone number? I knew who it was in regards to. It was in regards to my abusive ex. So I took that business card and walked indoors to the telephone and I called the number and I heard a man's voice on the other line say, ma'am, this is so-and-so from the FBI. Are you aware of your, I hope he's soon to be ex-husband's whereabouts because we've been searching for him for the past 6 to 9 months. My reaction was like yours, very, very surprised. And I was like a deer in the headlights. I didn't even know what to say. I had no idea. And so he went on to say a little bit more. And he said, yeah, we've been searching for him throughout all these different counties for the past 6 to 9 months. I would love to talk to you. I don't need your corroboration. We have plenty of evidence, but I would still love to talk to you. Would that be okay with you? So of course I said yes, because I'm wondering, what in the world's going on? And so the next morning he showed up. I still remember him standing there at the front door with his briefcase. And so he came inside and he sat down at the kitchen table and he laid out all of the bank surveillance photos. And there he was. I could see that was my soon-to-be ex-husband. And he was wearing the hat that we would share on trips to Mexico. He was wearing the t-shirt that matched our sons that I had bought for Father's Day. It was definitely him. So my brain was trying to connect the dots and try to help this be real somehow. And then he started listing out all of the different dates, times, locations of all of the different bank robberies. And so, of course, I was wildly trying to get all the information down, right? But there were about 20, so I couldn't keep track of all of them, but I started to notice a pattern. And that pattern was that those all were dates and times and locations after a supervised visit he had with our son. And I realized, thank God, that he was not apprehended when my son was with him. Can you imagine, right? And so they went on to find him shortly after. And he went away for only 7 years. I believe his sentence was 8. He was a first-time offender and didn't have a weapon when he robbed the banks. So they let him have a short sentence. And he was released on parole. And that was about the time that my son was in junior high. And from prison, which I will talk about later, he tried to have that dominance, the power and control from prison. So he would appear telephonically and doing whatever he could to still have a part of anything. So of course, when he got out, he wanted to have any type of power and control that he could have. So anytime my son had a baseball game or anything that he could appear to and claim the glory for what a great kid, he did that. And so for my son's 8th grade promotion, of course he was going to show up for that, right? And so the 8th grade promotion day comes and the ceremony starts. He's nowhere to be found. Very, very strange, right? And so come to find out, he's actually a missing person because while he was on parole, he started stealing from somebody he was working from. And he was actually caught trying to lift a safe onto his truck. And he also had written some checks from this man's checkbook. So he was in big trouble and he knew that. So he took off, he was on the run, nobody knew where he went. So I had the U.S. Marshal Service calling me, ma'am, I'm so-and-so from the U.S. Marshal Service. This is my job, I do this all the time, just give me 2 weeks, I'll catch him, no big deal, I got this. All right. And so I'm trying to live my life normally with my son, right? And pretend we're going to be okay. And then I have a detective calling me from the city where this, safe was tried to be stolen. And also the check washing and all of that. So this detective is on the case. And so he calls me while I'm trying to collect myself out of the blue and asks me, ma'am, do you have any idea where he might be? No, I don't. So all of this chaos was happening, and it went on and on and on. They could not find him. And all the while, my poor son is praying every night for his dad that he's okay, wherever he might be, if he's still alive, right? And so then finally the detective tracks him down in a different state under multiple aliases, and he finds him and is able to go travel to this other state to go finally apprehend him, right? Well, what happens? He's living with another family. He had started dating a widow with kids and was engaged to her. And so, unfortunately, the mother-in-law saw the police and asked him, why are the police here? And so, of course, he took off and he got away again. So another year passed. All the while, I'm trying to raise my son who's worried about his dad. I've been remarried now. And so I get these random calls sometimes. Same detective, ma'am, do you think that maybe he could be, teaching music lessons somewhere? And, all these different things. And I don't know, So I gave whatever I could give, but I was just focused on helping myself get better and my son. I was determined that kid right there was not going to grow up in a home with abuse. So finally, a year after that, so now this is 2 years that he had been a missing person, he made a big mistake. He started robbing banks again in a different state. And so because of that, this detective was able to connect with the FBI and say, here you go. Here's everything that's happened so far. And they were able to actually catch him. So he went away again for only about the same amount of time and was actually released in March. And I got no notice. So the only way that I happened to find that out was because my son still talks with his dad. And he told me, he's getting, I think he said the end of March, I don't know. And so I contacted the detective because he's in touch with the other victims. As you guys know, in one story, how many victims are there? There's usually more than one, right? What about my family, right? They went through a hard time as well. Plus, he had many other victims. So I called the detective and said, hey, when does it say again that he's getting out? Oh, 2026. That's not true. What do you mean it's not true? Because my son just talked to him. He's getting out in March. So he looks it up. He tries to call somebody. Nothing. It never changed. So he just got out. None of his victims knew about it. And some of them lived in the same state. So I wanted to point that out. So that is the criminal aspect of the story here and what happened. And now I'm going to share with you our agenda real quick. Do we have to log back in? Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. I will keep talking. So there's 4 parts to this talk. And the first part is the rest of my story. You guys heard the criminal element of it, but I'm going to talk about the domestic violence part of it. And then part 2, my favorite, the healing part. And part 3, how others can empower themselves. And I have some wonderful resources to share with you all. And then, of course, part 4, the Q&A. So I mentioned some of these, or Spring had mentioned some of these things. I am a narcissistic abuse survivor with complex PTSD, and I've worked all kinds of different jobs, but one of my favorites was working at our local high school, and then of course have raised a teen. That little kiddo that you saw up there is now 24, and I'm a certified domestic violence victim advocate and a podcaster and speaker. So, question, I get this question all the time. Did you see any red flags? I mean, Miss Mandi, your story is crazy. Like, what? You must have seen some red flags. First of all, that's kind of a victim-blamey question. Why is it my responsibility, right? Let's start asking better questions. How about, why do you think he became abusive, right? How about that? So to answer this and address that, yes, I saw one red flag, or I heard one red flag. So we started dating back when we were 16. And I remember about a year or more into that, he had a brother, and his parents were going through a nasty divorce. And I remember that they would do things like poke holes in each other's body boards. And I thought, what in the world? I have a sister, so is that a boy thing? Like, what, what's going on with that? And then I heard a story that he had taken a hammer to his brother's old beat up truck. And I was like, what? Like, that can't be true. I've never seen that kind of behavior for myself with my own eyes. So that can't be true. I mean, he never treats me that way or anything. So we went on. We went on and we dated. And then we got married. And we moved away to a different state for him to get his master's degree. And when that happened, he turned into Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That is not the person that I married. And so people will ask me too, did he hit you? What happened? And so there was an escalation for sure. I remember when we were married we lived in the college housing there. And I remember it started with anger issues. So we had the little, barbecue hibachi, and he would try to start it up, and it wasn't starting. So he'd throw it out in the alley and start yelling, F-bombs, F, blah, blah, And I was like, whoa, okay. And I grew up in a good home. Do you remember these people sitting here? You were asking them, what kind of home did you live in? And a lot of them said good homes. So did I. So I had never seen that kind of behavior, really. I mean, sure, my dad got mad, my mom got mad, and but there wasn't any violence like that. And so that was concerning, and I noticed that. And then as time went on, that escalated and it got more and more and more, but it was still focused on an object, right? Not me. And then I remember also verbal starting. But before I go to that, I want to make sure that everybody understands the emotional abuse, because I'm going to ask you a question right now. If you were only emotionally abused, which is horrible in itself, is that enough to leave? What do you guys think? Yes, right? Does somebody have to hit us to give us a green light to then leave? No. So I remember emotional. So when we were first married, I remember coming to him and saying, hey, you know what? Like that wasn't okay. Like that really hurt my feelings and it made me feel bad. And so the next thing I know, he's crying, oh my gosh, I'm such a bad husband. You deserve better. And I was like, okay, wait. So I'm consoling him, and the issue I brought up was never resolved. So what did that teach me? Just shut up and don't bring it up. Because every time I did, that would happen. And then the crazy making, right? So if I did bring something up, well, I didn't mean it that way, or I didn't say that, right? That is emotional abuse, the gaslighting. And I start to think, like, am I the crazy one? Maybe I misunderstood, right? And then verbal abuse. So I remember clearly one day standing in the kitchen, we were doing the dishes. We weren't even fighting. And all of a sudden he starts throwing the dish and the dish breaks and he starts yelling F-bombs at me. So what does that make me do? I have to walk on eggshells. Which person am I getting today? The nice person that I married that shares the same values as me, or somebody who's completely volatile with a serious anger issue, right? I didn't know what I was getting. What does that make you do? Are you nervous all the time? Can you ever relax? No. Nope. Spiritual abuse. So that was mentioned earlier too. We met at church youth group. And we continued going to church, even while the abuse was happening. Do you know the stat that shows that in our churches, the stat for the number of abuse that happens is the same number as non-churched people? Really, really interesting. So I heard things like, you can't divorce unless there's infidelity, or divorce is a sin. It does say in the Bible that God hates divorce. I can see why. It's really, really difficult for everybody involved. But is it necessary for somebody to stay alive? Yeah, in my case, it was. And so I remember, when I left and people questioned me, he's such a nice guy. Like, can't you guys go to counseling? What's going on? And people not believing me. And I remember, I was getting some of that flack. Divorce is a sin and all of that. But when it comes down to it, it's common sense. What does God really care about? Does he care about if I'm alive or if I'm married, right? A lot of times we make marriage an idol. And so physical, people like me, we think this person that I'm married to or dating, they'll never hurt me, right? They just had a bad day. And yes, maybe they talk badly to me, but this is my spouse. They would never lay a hand on me. And guess what happened? He did. And it was when I was going to help my son. So back in those days, a long time ago, it was, tough love, let your kid cry it out. So he was toddler, a little bit younger than that photo there, and he was crying and, was trying to go to sleep. And I remember I wanted to go in and console him, and he was like, no, let him be, and then he started getting really angered, and he said, I'm going to go make him shut up. And he jumped up, and I said, oh, no, you're not. And I grabbed his shirt. And then he turned around, and he raised his hand to punch me, but he didn't. And he grabbed my shoulders and threw me across the living room floor, and I end up on my back. And I was so mad that I jumped up, and I said, get out now. I'm calling the police, and don't ever come back. Did I call the police? Nope. Do I wish I did? Yep. Because that was only the beginning, and I really could have used that documentation. So encouraging everybody, the police are there to help. We can call them. And then there was financial abuse. Once we left, or right about the time before I left, he developed a gambling problem. So he gambled away all of our money. And I had no money for groceries. So who was the one that had to ask his mother for a loan? Me. So I had to get a loan for us to have groceries. So then he ends up winning it all back. So then what did I hear? Well, I want it all back, so it's totally fine. No problem. So that is an example of financial abuse. And then the post-separation abuse, I will talk about as we go. But all of these are coercive control. That is, think of it as an umbrella. So that is all abuse under that domination and fear, right? Any of those, emotional, physical, right? That's what's used so that they are the one in power. Remember the kid up here on the end, I can't remember his name, Ryan? And he was saying that's how it is, right? In his home. The dad is the one in charge, right? So we need to watch out for that. How did this affect me? I want to know how many of you love the beach. Raise your hand. Lots of people. Me too. I live about 45 minutes from the beach, but honestly, when I go, I prefer to stay on the sand. Anybody else like that? Yeah, right? I'm safe on the sand. I can watch all of you guys surf, but on occasion, I do go out in the water. And if you've ever been out in the waves like that, or even at a wave park, sometimes you get stuck in a set of waves, right? And so the first wave comes and you get tousled under, right? And you don't even know which way is up. And you come back up and you catch your breath. And just as you do, what happens? You look, oh my gosh, another one's coming, and you tumble down again and you come back up. There's another one, right? That's literally what I felt like because it was crazy making and I was powerless. Even after I left, serious post-separation abuse up through 2022. And so vulnerable, very vulnerable I felt at the beginning. Crazy, I mentioned, makes you feel crazy, those things. Shame, is it me? Did I do something wrong? Oh my gosh, our marriage has failed. I'm so embarrassed. Alone, who talks about this back then? Nobody talked about this. There weren't really the resources like we have. Scared, I was scared, What was today going to bring? Happy him or mad him, right? I even became suicidal at one point. It was after I had left and he would not leave me alone. So I was in these waves. I was getting my breath of air. It would not stop. And so I remember thinking, I'm trying to raise a toddler. I'm trying to get healthy myself. I can't do this. And I couldn't make it stop. So that was a real issue as well. And then humiliated. All of our other friends went on to get married and they seemed like they had wonderful marriages. So here I am, the failure, right? That's how I felt. And then a question I get a lot, this one, how this affected my son. What do you think? Do you think that it's child abuse if a child witnesses abuse in their home? Yep. Yeah. So luckily I left when he was 3. And then we were divorced when my son was about 4 or so. But I could tell that left an imprint in him. So he says he doesn't remember a lot of this, and he was actually physically abused at least twice. And he says he doesn't remember, but it's really interesting because he deals with anxiety, and it has gotten a lot better. But I noticed, and especially back when all of that was happening, what does a child feel like, when their home is either violent or then afterwards torn apart? What do they feel like? A loss of control, right? And they're confused. So I remember when we were going through counseling, and I would bring my son in for some counseling too, and she would tell me, let's make sure that we give him some control. How can we give him control, right? So how about let's let him choose what he's going to wear today? Who cares if he dressed in purple socks and blue hat and orange, whatever, who cares? And then why don't, when you go and get ice cream, take him to get ice cream and ask him, what kind of ice cream would you like? So we were giving him choices, and that was super helpful. So something else I want to mention, institutional betrayal. What happened when I disclosed? Here's just some of the things that happened. These are real life stories, so I want to make sure that these are told. So the police, I remember once my ex got out of prison the first time and was out on parole, I called his parole officer and I said, look, this guy is super charming, super manipulative, and I know for a fact he's not staying within his boundaries. Please pay attention. What did that parole officer do? He called my ex and told him, hey, your ex-wife just called and told me I should be watching you. Should I? Do you think that put me in danger? Yeah. He called me later after my ex was apprehended for bank robbing, and he apologized to me. Lawyer. So post-separation abuse, boy, that was fun. So, of course, we have to settle custody. Who has custody, right? And I asked for sole legal and physical custody, and I got it. But throughout all of that, he also used the court system as a tool for power and control. So he would drag me back into court, saying I was in contempt of court because we went on vacation and we took our son out of state. Anything that he could do, he dragged us back in, and he would appear by phone. And I remember at one point, I had said, hey, let's make sure that our address is redacted for when he gets out, right? What happens? Oops, the lawyer messes up, and our address is on all the paperwork for everybody to see. She apologized too. What about the shelter? This is back in 2004, 5, 6. So back then, there was a shelter by me, but I was middle class. I wasn't low income. So I didn't want to live there, but I needed help. I needed counseling. I needed legal help, right? And so that was really discouraging to me. Nowadays, I love that shelter. I go and speak at that shelter when they have their domestic violence victim advocacy training. And it's a really great shelter. They offer all of that stuff for everybody, so that's terrific. The court I mentioned, I think the judge finally understood what was happening, and he could see that, here we go again, right? And he could see eventually that this was just costing me money, $3,000 a month, right? How long can you do that? It was ridiculous and very unfair. So he finally shut that down at some point. Counseling, I am so lucky that I had a wonderful counselor. But you know what? They had us counsel together. Do you think that's a good idea to have a narcissist sit next to you and the victim? What do you think the counselor is going to hear? My story, the real truth? No. So it's been proven that couples counseling in that kind of situation is contraindicative. So just a note on that. And then I had mentioned the spiritual abuse. So I had said that there was a pastor that I disclosed to, and he told me, you can't really leave unless there's infidelity. Has there been infidelity? I don't know. All I know is I don't feel safe. That's what I know. So those are things that I experienced while I was trying to get help and get well. And so because of that, we all have heard that when you go through abuse, you have PTSD, right? Remember, I was talking about the dish smashing and dropping F-bombs on me and then being thrown across the living room. That's PTSD, right? But what happens when that goes on and on and on and on and on, and the waves keep crashing over you and you can't catch your breath? That's what happens. Complex PTSD. That develops after long-term or repeated trauma, especially when a person feels trapped or powerless, exactly like domestic violence. So here's the classic symptoms, classic PTSD symptoms plus this. This is what it looks like. Trouble managing emotions. Some people have deep shame or guilt. Some people struggle with trust or relationships. Some people feel bad, broken, or empty inside. I'm going to share with you what it felt like for me in real life. It literally changes the brain. We're getting so good now at neuroscience, and I love that stuff because I lived it. So I mentioned to you, living the way I did, that makes for hypervigilance, right? The inability to relax. Still to this day, it's really difficult. Hypervigilance, that means fight or flight, right? What do you guys do? What would you do if a lion was running towards you, right? Even when you're at the zoo and you're like, oh, look at the lion, and it comes like charging towards you, right? Your brain goes, like danger, right? Fight or flight. And then also hyper independence. So I raised my son by myself for a few years and then was remarried, but I'm so used to doing things myself. It was hard when I first got married because that's how I survived. I survived by doing things myself, and I still struggle with that. And I know even just as women, a lot of us, right, nodding heads, yep, it's hard to ask for help. But even more so too, when that was your survival mechanism. And then difficulty concentrating and memory problems, real issue. That's the one I really still struggle with. And it's really interesting to pay attention to and work through that. And then also extended time for processing. It's so interesting how, somebody will say something to me and then whatever. And then like days after, I'm like, wait, it makes me, it takes a while to think about things. Same with things I said, I'm like, thinking a few days later. And of course, one I didn't list, but self-doubt. You go through all of that and you really doubt yourself. And then numb emotions. That's another one that even up until pretty recently I experienced, because why? Remember what I was saying with everything else? That's how you survive. You shut down your emotions so I can keep raising my son and get out of this mess, right? But now I'm safe. My body is safe. I have to signal safety to myself, which we're going to talk about next. And I love this part. Here's another question. Why didn't you leave sooner? Is this victim blamey too? Yeah. How about why did he keep abusing you? That's a good question, right? Yeah. I didn't leave sooner because I was scared about finances, right? We live in Southern California. You kind of need a double income. So it was really, and he makes more than me. So that was tricky. And then spiritual, right? I felt shamed by our little church community, right? And then pets. You guys, I have the greatest resource I'm going to share with you because that's a major barrier for people. They can't leave. You want to leave your pet behind with this violent person, right? So I have a really great resource for you. I had a cat when I had my kid back then. And so I had to leave. I remember the day packing up my son, packing up my cat, and off we went. Luckily, I had a place to go with my cat, so I didn't have to leave him there behind, because guess what? How many people have pets? Lots of us. Do you heal better with your pet when you're going through a hard time? Heck yeah. So we need our pets. What made you finally leave? Also victim blaming. Abuse to my son when I wasn't present. So yes, you can yell at me, you can make me crazy, you can even hurt me, but I didn't leave because of all those barriers. And I thought we just needed more counseling. Maybe if I did something different, right? And we did have counseling together, remember I mentioned? But when I heard from a family member who told me that my ex, we were married back then, had actually hurt my son and knocked the air out of him, I said, that's the last straw. That's it. Because if that's going to happen anywhere, anytime, and I'm not there, I can't be there all the time, right? And so I decided, this is the day. This is the day that we leave. Did I go back? Is it common for people to go back? Yeah? Yep. So the stats show, on average, it takes a victim of abuse about 7 attempts before they finally leave their abuser. Please be patient with victims. Unfortunately, the violence often escalates after each attempt. We heard that before. I left once, and he totally manipulated me. A father needs his son. Look at him, he's so upset. Let's just try it again. I promise I'll change. I'm going to counseling. I'm taking anger management. So I went back, and I was only there a couple days. I was in the shower, and I heard some yelling. And so I had to stop the shower, get out of the shower, make sure everybody was okay. He was yelling at my son. I can't even remember what for. And then I just had a realization, this is dumb. Can I do this every time? No, this is not a way to live. Is life meant to be happy and bright, full of good things, right? So I decided that was it, once and for all. You can say anything you want after that. You're not getting me to come back. And he did. So before we dig into healing, I heard all of those things, and I just wanted to point out, somebody like that does not live in the same reality as you do. Remember the examples we saw up here? Remember that? No matter how many times, I think Tyler it was, trying to talk, sense into his girlfriend, or all the different situations, really. It was interesting. That happens so often. So I want to make sure that we have plenty of time to talk about healing. I get this question a lot, because I go out and speak to youth. Miss Mandi, how are you okay after that? So I wanted to address that question and share with you just some things that have been helpful to me in my healing journey. First of all, where does healing happen the best? Safe places, right? Remember what I was sharing with you about the waves and how, you get stuck in a set of waves and you come back up and you get your air, right? So how are you going to start being able to really get your air and be okay? You have to move out of those waves, right? So that's what I did. Healing happens in safe places. So I did these steps. So I got to safety with help. So we made a safety plan, and I followed that safety plan. We moved out. I did some research on some different things I can do. I continued to get counseling. I got legal help. And you know what my favorite thing was? Down at the bottom, survivor friends. Let's break the silence. Let's talk about this. How many of us, even in this room, have our own stories? So really helping other people through that when you can. If you're a fresh survivor, you've just come out of that, maybe you can't do that, but you can at least validate them, right? I'm so sorry you're going through that. That's very difficult, right? Really, really important and really helpful. And then I love sharing this part. Therapy plus. So getting talk therapy was great, but you know what really moved the needle? This stuff right here. Self-help, we didn't talk about that back then. Now it's all over Instagram, right? But back then we didn't. Neuroplasticity, really interesting. I'm gonna break each of these down separately in a minute. Neuroplasticity, I have a neuromuscular disorder that I got even before all of this. And in helping myself with that, I signed up for a membership with a neurologist, and there were different exercises that you could do. And I started doing the exercises. They were like eye movement exercises, kind of similar to EMDR, if you know what that is, and some other exercises. And what it was trying to get you to do is relax your nervous system. And guess what? I discovered it didn't just help my neuromuscular disorder, it also helped that hypervigilance, right? And so it brought things down and it helped me to feel safer in my body. Nature walks. How many nature lovers do we have right here? You want to go on trails, you want to be at the beach, yeah, lots of you too. Me too. That is my favorite. And actually not just going out in nature and doing this on my phone all the time, right? But it's being present. And I'm going to share a practical exercise with you guys on that you can use for yourself. And then, interestingly enough, self-defense. So remember my story of the FBI showing up and all of that. He had a gambling problem. I don't know who he owed money to or what else was going to drop at our door, right? And so I decided, guess what? I'm tired of feeling powerless, vulnerable, unsafe, right? And so I went and I learned self-defense. What can I do to have options to be able to take care of myself and keep myself safe from some random person that maybe he owes money to, or from him, right? That was so helpful, and I can't wait to dig into that with you guys. And then self-compassion. What do survivors do? We beat ourselves up. God, why did I stay so long? Why didn't I leave sooner? How did I get into that, right? Self-compassion is the healing balm to that. It's going easy on yourself and giving yourself a break. Look at your own story. My story's gnarly, and a lot of yours are too. If you look at that story, when I was writing out my story, I finished that and went, wow, Mandi, you've been through a lot, and you have compassion on yourself. Self-care, here we go. Here's my silly happy list. So I had a great counselor, as I mentioned, and even back then, she knew about the self-care, and she said, hey, you're raising a toddler by yourself, okay? That's hard enough, but you're also going through post-separation abuse. So make sure that you make a list of all the things that make you happy, right? That make you feel good. You have that list. So at the end of the day, set that in your bathroom or wherever you're going to see it, and see if you've done any of these things during the day. And if you haven't, just give yourself a minute. Some of these are really quick, silly things, right? That will bring a smile to your face or help you feel better. So I'm going to give you guys homework to make your own happy list and think of it as a menu. When you're upset, can you think of any of these things? I can't. I need a menu to look at. So in my phone notes, I have this menu. So you can make your own menu if you would like. And by the way, I'm giving you these slides and some other goodies at the end through a QR code. So, nervous system. I talked about neuroplasticity. What are the things that I was talking about? They're signaling safety to my body through these nervous system practices. And I'm just sharing a couple that I like to do here. And I dropped a whole list of them in the little, what am I calling it? The drive for you that I'm going to give you the QR code at the end. But I'll mention a couple of these. Humming. I just went through TSA. Hello, does that make you nervous? Right? What did I do? I used my little trick. I was humming a song. I didn't do it loud. It was just loud enough for me. I was humming because you know what? Your brain has to focus on the humming instead of, okay, like, oh, what am I doing here? There's so much going on around me, and are they going to take my bag away, right? So it really helps your brain to zero in on that. And try it sometime. Anytime, if you're at Costco on a weekend or Walmart on the weekend, whatever, try it and just see. Wrapping myself in a soft blanket. I have my favorite blanket at home. I'm like, nobody touch my blanket. This is my blanket. And I will just wrap myself up in it and watch a movie at night or whatever. But it's soft and it like just signals safety to me. And then butterfly hugs. Has anybody heard of this? Butterfly hugs? Okay, a couple of you. Good. So that's bilateral tapping. So again, that's giving your brain something to do, and it's helping you calm your nervous system. What is this? Yeah, I see somebody. You got to make sure that your arms are crossed and you're tapping on your shoulders, and you're doing it not soft, but like a pretty good tap. Tap, tap, tap. Like that, alternatively, okay? And yeah, up on your shoulders, right? What about if you're a student? You're not gonna do that. The professor's like, what is that student doing, right? But you can do that if you're sitting down, right? Under your desk, nobody sees that, so you're bilaterally tapping, right? You can do that if you choose to. Just throwing out some options. Like I said, there's a whole list that I'm giving you later. And just to describe this a little bit more, how the brain and the body send messages to each other. We have the autonomic nervous system, breathing and heart rate, right? The two sides, we have the sympathetic that helps you react in danger, the fight or flight. So that's supposed to be a good thing, right? That's supposed to be a good thing. If you see the lion running towards you, right, you need to know that you're in danger and get out of the way. But we get stuck in that and we don't want to. We want to be in the rest and digest phase, right? So our body feels safe enough to relax. So that's what these humming and some of those other things are doing. You know what's another favorite one of mine is, let me ask you guys, you said you're pet people. How many dog people? Okay. So if you're out walking your dog and they see another dog and they get all riled up, what do they do after that to calm themselves? What does your dog do? You can just shout it out. Yes, yeah. They shake it off, literally, right? So yeah, we can do that. So when we're nervous and you just literally like shake it out through your arms. You're just shaking it out, right? It helps get that, the energy out, and it just helps you so much. So I hope you guys try some of these things. Nature, here's an exercise for you. Grounding, we hear that a lot these days. We didn't back then. But again, I had a great counselor. So she had me do this. When I was outside, I would take my toddler out in his jogging stroller and we would walk outside and just be in nature. And I would name 5 things that I see. So I'm walking and I see a line of trees. I see a cute dog over there. I see the sun is so bright today, right? So 5 things that I see, 5 things that I hear. Oh, I hear another dog barking over there. I hear the plane up ahead. I hear somebody honking in the distance, right? So 5 things that you hear, and then 5 things that you feel. So I'm walking, right? So I feel my feet on the ground. I feel my arms brushing against my leg. I feel the key in my hand. I feel the wind on my face. And then you can go through and do 4 things, 3 things, 2, and 1. Or if you're really overwhelmed, just do 2. Start with 2, right? What does that do? That helps you be present, and it helps calm your nervous system. Here's the fun one. I get to talk about it later. I'm so excited. Self-defense. That is a wonderful empowerment tool for victims, because what happens when you're a victim? You get your power taken away, right? This is a great way to get your power back. And I cannot wait to give you guys some practical tips and share more about the mindset on that. So what did all of this do? It helped me come home to myself. When you are a victim and you have complex PTSD, you completely lose your self-identity. I remember coming out of that and going, okay, now what? Like, who am I? I don't even remember. We were married for 11 years. Who was I before that? What did I like? What did I like to do? Right? So I started reclaiming those things and reclaiming my voice. I can speak up when something happens that I don't like, because guess what? Now I can actually say something's wrong and the person will like hear me, and it's not turning it back on him, having to console him, right? Boundaries. I can set boundaries now to help myself take better care of myself. And so I do a whole nother talk on that, but with boundaries, we're not just setting up walls, right? We're putting up fences so that way people know, like, I live here, right? If we have, we have a fence around our house, what does that do? It keeps out wild animals, it keeps out solicitors, but it lets people in when you want to, right? So just understanding all of that and developing boundaries that are healthy, and then reclaiming my self-worth. You know what? I'm worthy of being alive just because I'm me, right? Not because I've done something super successful or, I've raised a great kid, which I'm so thankful for. But even if I didn't do that, I'm still worthy of being alive and of having a good life, right? As you all are. And I have a purpose. My purpose, to raise my son, I shared that. I was so determined to raise a healthy kid. And let me tell you, that kid is amazing. He's a fireman now, and he works out of the Santa Barbara area and has so many great friends. He's going to get married in June. He has a really healthy relationship. He will be married to a psychologist. Woohoo! So I've developed these new habits, new circles. Back when I was going through all of that, I lost a lot of friends, sadly. But I've now got a new set of friends. I've moved around a lot, but I have a new set of friends that respects my boundaries and supports me. Some of them know my story, some of them don't, depending on how well I know them. But I have a great support system. I have a different counselor now that we've moved, so I've made sure to support myself. All those things that I mentioned, my healing journey, right? I still do that. I still do the grounding walks. I still go out in nature. I do all of those things. But most importantly, self-compassion is medicine. It really is. So if we can just learn to talk to ourselves that way and give ourselves a break, right? So even when we're trying affirmations, how many of you, just nod if you would agree with me, how many of you have tried affirmations and you're trying something like, I am safe. My favorite one is, I am safe, I am loved, I am free. But when you're a victim, do you feel safe or loved or free? Not really. I mean, you would like to work towards that, right? So by kind of tricking your brain and helping it to be curious, that helps it not fight that. So instead of, I am safe, it's going, no, you're not, no, you're not, no, you're not, right? So that's not going to work. But I'm starting to feel safe. I'm getting safer. Your brain goes, huh. And it starts to look for evidence of that, which is super cool. So now, you guys ready to talk about empowerment? I cannot wait to give you the resources. So as we've learned and we've talked about, abuse doesn't care about income, education, or status, right? I had a college degree, I had a good job, all of these things, right? I did this, but it didn't matter. It happens to all different people, like Dr. Kimberly was saying even at the beginning. And also, really, we're not alone. We feel alone through that. Remember how I was saying how alone I felt? But if we broke the silence and talked more about this, 1 in 3, that means you know so many people, right? And 1 in 4, It was 1 in 3 for women, 1 in 4 for men. There's so many. So thank you for inviting me to break that silence. Let's keep having this conversation. And you only know what you know when you know it. Boy, was that a permission pass when I heard that, right? So instead of beating ourselves up, we can settle on that. You only know what you know when you know it. That's why I'm on a mission to teach other people these things, right? Because it's what I wish I had when I was 16. So we know the major resources, right? The National Domestic Violence Hotline. Does anybody have that saved in their phone as a contact by chance? Maybe counselors, anybody? If you don't, it's a really good idea to have that saved in your phone contact list, because if somebody discloses to you, if they choose they want to call that number, it's right there, super easy. And you have some wonderful local resources who are here with us today. So I am so glad you guys have those. Here's the ones that I want to share with you. These are accessible resources that I have found along my way when I go out speaking and I have guests on my podcast. I love meeting new people that have these wonderful resources. Bloom 365, they have a peer-to-peer program where you guys in high school, in college, can learn how to be a peer helper. Remember when Revolution was sitting up here and they were saying, they were asking the students, who do you think you would speak to? And right, it's so much easier for them to go to a peer. They already did. You saw them do it up here, right? They didn't go to an adult. They went to a peer. So by arming the peer, the students, with the knowledge, then they can respond correctly when disclosed to, and then they know where to point people to, right? So definitely check out Bloom 365. Their website is bloom365.org. I have some of their flyers and cards in the back. They have a wonderful red flag checklist. And they have so many good things. I've had her on my podcast. And then there's a book in the back called Red Flags, Green Flags, by a colleague of mine. Weird thing, we actually went to high school together and she ended up in an abusive situation too. And now she is just got her doctorate and she does research on domestic violence, specifically in the church, and goes out and helps in that realm. And so her other book is Taking It Seriously, and it's written for pastors, for people in the church, to educate them a little bit more and help them understand, how to address the topic, because it's definitely there in their congregations. And then my podcast, Aware and Prepared, I've, like Spring was saying, I've done over 100 episodes, and I've had all kinds of, I've had the police on there. I've had a dispatcher help you know what to expect when you call 911. We've had some fun ones on there. They're not all super heavy. So highly recommend that as well. And then websites. Another good friend of mine, she developed this nonprofit called the Mend Project, as in like sewing, mending, fixing. If you go to themendproject.com, that is the best website I have ever seen about getting clarity. If you or somebody you know is being abused, definitely go to that website. It will give you everything that you need. And they also do some free YouTube. They do some free Zoom classes. Some are paid, but there's plenty of free resources there. And then online communities. How many of you are on Instagram? A pretty good number, yeah. I am too. And there's some really good ones. A lot of people talk on there and sometimes they're not professional, but sometimes they are. And I trust these professionals here. Love is Respect. Bloom's 365 also has theirs, as well as the Men Project. And has anybody heard of Jefferson Fisher? Somebody said yes. Okay. Yeah, so he's a lawyer, and he just started sharing like how he communicates, and he communicates so well, and he helps people know about, boundary setting and how to respond to somebody that is, trying to manipulate you. So he has some really great scripts that you can use. And then specific help. All right, all of you pet lovers, this one right here, safehavensforpets.org. I literally just published a podcast episode about that on Monday. So that's there for you. If you want to hear all about Safe Havens for Pets, it's a directory where you can go in, type in your zip code, and it will tell you locations around you that you can get to safety with your pet, or if there isn't one, somewhere that will foster your pet or board your pet for you. And there's some other great resources on there as well. So make sure that you save that one. So how do we heal? I shared my journey with you, and I remember asking my counselor, how long until I feel better? Oh my gosh, this feels like forever, right? And I've had people ask me that too. I've left, okay, I'm leaving. How much longer, right? And there's no magic number, as we all know. But the thing that we can do is take baby steps, right? Remember when I got out of that situation, having the FBI at my door? That felt a little bit overwhelming, right? So what did I do? Just the next step, just the next little step. Keep moving, right? With agency. I needed to have choices. Remember how I was sharing my son needed to have choices too, right? Instead of somebody just coming and prescribing something to me. Here, call this number right now. You need this number, right? What does that do? That's kind of like power and control still, right? And we heal really well in community. Remember I mentioned having my survivor friends? Oh my goodness, that was so helpful to me. I didn't feel alone. They had already walked that journey, right? So they could help me with real practical words. Here's an interesting one. How do we heal with failure? I've failed. I've taken 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, right? But I keep moving, and eventually, right, I'm doing this. I'm still moving upwards, right? We think a lot of times it's just nonlinear. Okay, so you leave, right? That's the first step. And then everything gets better, right? But it's just kind of like a roller coaster. But at the end, I'm free now. I'm totally free, right? If he shows up at my doorstep, it's very different than when he did way back then. And also it takes patience. It's been a long journey, right? And I'm not 100% better right now. I still have hard times, right? And it takes time, but it is possible. I am here as a living proof. People hear my story and they're like, how are you okay after that, right? And again, it's taken a long time, and I still have hard days. So we take small steps, and that equals big progress. So just move. Each step forward is courageous, right? Exactly. So I just wanted to share with you before we close out, what was the best support I got? And what was the worst support? The best support was listening and validating. Remember up here with Revolution, and the one friend was like, oh my gosh, what he would never, right? And the other one was like, I'm so sorry that happened to you, right? So they listened and they validated, and even empathizing, right? That must have been really horrible. I can't imagine. Encouraging. You know what? You have so many friends that love you and family that loves you. We're here for you. We're going to help you. Right? And again, giving agency. Here, I'm here for you. If you want, I have resources for you. We can even make a phone call together if you just want to get the information. I think a lot of people think with the National Domestic Violence Hotline, if you call it, that means you're leaving. It doesn't have to mean that. It just means you're getting the information, right? And again, really be smart, right? So I'm not calling it from his phone where he's going to see I called or something, right? You can use a friend's phone. You can call 211, well, at least where I am, call 211 and ask to be patched through to that, right? Worst support. People question me. What? He's like the nicest guy. Oh my gosh, what happened? what, and even afterwards leaving like, well, I mean, he's going to counseling. Guess what? Yeah, he went to anger management class and then came back and told me, what I did to you was nothing. You should hear what these other people did. So people don't see what goes on behind closed doors. And then prescribing the resources if they're not ready for it or willing. Silence. Oh my gosh. When I left and I disclosed and everybody knew by then that that had happened, and to have people be silent, really? That's so not helpful, and it's damaging because it feels like you don't have any support. Just at least acknowledge, I'm so sorry that happened to you. If you don't know what to say, I'm really sorry that happened to you. You don't have to have everything, you don't have to know exactly what you're gonna say. Also was making more drama. Oh my gosh, it's like a friend tries to come in between us and fix, right? I'm gonna talk to him for you. That's so not helpful. So I hope that was helpful to see real life, best support and worst support. Who agrees with this? Raise your hand. Peace and safety are a basic human right. Yes. You have a permission slip to have that for the rest of your life. Peace and safety. So we are breaking the silence today. Thank you for having me on healing and preventing domestic violence. We talked about my experience, the criminal element, and then the actual domestic violence. We talked about healing, and I really hope that you all will be able to have some actionable takeaways on that. And then empowerment, you have some great resources. And now we're gonna move into Q&A. So as we do that, I'm gonna encourage you guys to just take one small step. Maybe today it's looking up just one of those resources that I shared, right? I gave quite a few, you can just pick one. Or maybe you save the domestic violence hotline to your contacts in your phone and you have that. Or you can simply tell a survivor you're thinking of them. Hey, just thinking of you. I hope you're having a good day. That's all you need to do. So let's break the silence and live free. Thank you.
I'll start off by asking a question. Ms. Pratt, or Mandi. Yes.
Hold on just a second. Let me just say real quick. This is the QR code to just get my contact. And there is an intuition quiz I have for you guys on there. So you can take the intuition quiz and see how you're doing on that. Because as I will share in my last talk, that's a big piece of getting to safety, peace and safety. And there's my podcast, LinkedIn, Instagram. But if you just go to the QR code, that will link you to everything. And then I am leaving you with the goodies. So this is a little survey. If you guys would be willing to take that survey, it's super helpful. And when you do that, when you're done with the survey, then it will give you the slides. So then you'll have all the different resources. And it will give you I have an intuition activation challenge on there for you as well. And then I have that list of the calming tips that help calm your nervous system. So once you scan the QR code, and if anybody has troubles with that, let us know. And you finish the survey, then it will give you all of the goodies. So now we can move into Q&A, and I am happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. So as you guys are completing the survey, you can take your time, and I will grab myself a sip of water, and then we can start the Q&A.
Sorry, I was super excited to ask a question, so I jumped in.
Go for it.
I apologize.
No worries.
My big question I was wondering is, if you're working with someone who is in an abusive relationship, who is not really ready to leave yet, what is the best way to support that person?
Right. I actually have a friend like that right now. So what I do is I check in on her. Hi, checking in on you. How was your week? And if she wants to call me, that's fine. And it is frustrating because I know what's helpful, but I can't make her make that step. So it's just being there for her and letting her know that I and there to support her. She doesn't have any younger children, so, that's not an issue in that circumstance. And feel free, you guys can ask me questions about my son. I know that I get that question a lot, as well as, how did you know you're ready for the other relationship? All that stuff, you can ask me.
Yeah, so I guess I have a question. So you mentioned you got remarried. How did you navigate, going from a relationship that was terrible and having to relearn kind of how to rebuild your trust in a relationship and be able to open up to somebody?
Right. Yeah, it was tricky. And I remember meeting him. It's so funny. Because I was like, how in the world am I going to date somebody? Because I'm raising a toddler and I don't go to bars. So how's this going to work? And so somebody told me, I met somebody so nice online. They was like eHarmony back then, and they make you take this really long questionnaire. So it's very good and you get good matches. And so I remember my matches and I was like, okay. And so I just wanted to go on some dates or meet somebody and whatever. I wasn't looking to get married again so soon. And I remember I met my now husband on there and we went on a date, and what we did was the first time we went on a group activity. So our church at that time had a group hike. And so I remember, in my car texting my best friend, okay, there he is. I hope he's not an axe murderer. What's going to happen, And so we go on the hike and we ended up not talking to anybody else. It was just us chit-chatting the whole time. So we hit it right off. And I just instantly knew that I could trust that person because I was leaning in onto my intuition. Because I always thought, I'm never going to be able to trust anybody ever again, right? But this person, I don't know. It was just my intuition said, safe person, you can trust this person, And then, of course, over time, they proved that I could trust them. And then, of course, getting remarried and having, my son and all. I remember also hearing, shouldn't you wait till your son's 18? So I'm I'm a person. I want to have a relationship. Why can't I have that? I'm looking out for my son, and he didn't meet my son for the first few months because I wanted to make sure everything was good, right? And then getting married and then, all living together and all of that, yes. And we actually made a podcast episode about that, and he shared about that. But he was saying that he kind of let me, handle a lot of the even the discipline stuff in the beginning and all of that, because I'm his mom. He doesn't know this, this person is new and it's not his dad, So did that answer some of your question? Okay, cool.
Kind of a follow-up to that question. How long did it take you and how did you prepare yourself to reveal your experience to this new relationship?
Right, that's a good question. He actually knew about it because it was still happening. Because, so he, having it be such a big story or whatever, he knew so he could see. And I remember telling him, hey, are you sure that you want to be with me? I have a lot of baggage. Look at this, And he was like, yeah, I do. We're going to work it out. It's going to be okay. So, yeah.
You mentioned how having survivor friends was a huge piece of your healing journey. And I wondered, how did you connect with survivor friends?
That's such a good question. I love that question. So I remember there was a small group of really close friends of us, and the one gal I knew I could trust. So after I was physically abused, that one time I called her, and she was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. So she did the good, response and asked if I wanted to get counseling or what I wanted to do. And then, I knew I could trust her. And then it was her mother also who was super helpful. And then also just knowing people's reactions. So, people would be silent and I was like, okay. Or people would make me feel bad. I knew those were not the people to talk to. But even just kind of dipping your toe in, with somebody you think maybe might be, and just say, whatever you're feeling comfortable with, just kind of give them like a piece of something and see what they do with that. So that's a good test.
My Debo had a question. How can a child help their parent that is in an abusive relationship get help?
That's a good question and a hard one, right? Yeah. I remember that came up too recently. Yeah, that would be so hard. I would encourage them to speak to a trusted adult. I wouldn't really encourage them to go to their parents. I don't know. It depends on so much of the situation. I'm just thinking of like the worst situation, I guess. And for a kid, that's so hard, right? Because I think it's their responsibility. So hopefully, they would be told that it's not their fault. And I also want to say too, if somebody goes to an adult and they don't get a good response, what should they do? Find another person, right? Exactly. Was that helpful a little bit? Kind of giving some different ideas. Yeah.
So for someone who's in an abusive relationship and they're trying to get out, how can we make it more available for them to be able to get help?
So are you saying like if it's your friend and they're in an abusive? Yeah. So, what's really cool, I think, is hearing other stories. So, sharing, if you have a personal story of somebody else maybe that got to safety and has a different life, that would be cool. You could ask them, did you already talk to them about it? Like if they know, yeah. Then you could say, you could just tell them, I care about you and I think you deserve a really great, healthy, relationship. And I know that's out there for you. I'm here to support you in however I can. If you want to talk about it, there's some resources definitely in our, location or these ones online. Do you want me to show them to you? I can show them to you on my phone. These right here. I can't hear you. Did I answer your question? Okay, cool.
I guess I have one. Just me. So you're talking about your son and how your son still maintains contact with your ex. How does that kind of impact your relationship maybe with your son? Because obviously he still has a relationship with his father, right, but you're obviously kind of on a different side of it. So how does that impact how you interact?
Right. Yeah. So throughout the whole time he kept in touch with his dad. His dad actually made him go visit him in prison, which backfired on him later, because when my son was able to go visit him locally, it was super close. He never wanted to. But he did keep in contact with him via email, and then he would get like a weekly telephone call. And of course, not my favorite thing, but he did. And I always made it a point to never badmouth his dad in front of him, because that doesn't serve anybody, right? And he can clearly tell that, his dad went to prison, so who are you going to trust? Your mom? Or, but I know that he has struggled with that, because he knows that his dad was abusive and all of that. But he said to me literally, but he's my dad, And so he keeps in touch with them, but he doesn't really want to hang out with them, or he doesn't trust what he's saying. So I just am not a part of that. So I know that he's talking to him, but I don't ever, I did at first check in when he first got out of prison, and I said, how's it going? Because the first thing his dad did was go through my son's Instagram and comment on everything. I was like, are you okay? You can tell him that's not appropriate and you're not comfortable with that, And so I also offered to give my son a book but I was like, no pressure at all. I just found this book. If you want it, that's cool. If not, just leave it on the counter. And he left it on the counter. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Did you ever feel any type of guilt?
Yeah, I felt like, well, of course. I mean, when the couple instances of abuse to my son, I was like, oh my gosh, I feel bad that I, couldn't do anything to help him. That was guilt. I think also, it was more shame than guilt, like, guy, or embarrassment, humiliation. Like, how could I have been sucked into that,
Who or what was your biggest supporter, like when you decided to leave?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would love to say it's the people right next to me, but it wasn't. It was the people who had been through it, really. That friend that I mentioned I reached out to and her mom, like, they were super, super helpful. And back then they didn't have all those resources. I remember going to Google and I was like, help, like abuse, I didn't even know what to look up. So yeah, it was that person that I already knew who her parents had been through it. And so she, had some personal experience with that.
I know you had said that your parents had a good relationship and everything. Did you keep a good relationship with them throughout that relationship that you were in, or did you lose contact with them, or how did that go?
That's a good question. So, my parents at first, my parents are very supportive and I'm very lucky. I realize not everybody has that, but they didn't really understand at first. Like, I remember my mom saying, divorce, you're going to divorce him? Like, wait, maybe he'll be the one to divorce you. And I was like, no. Like, I need to send a clear message, because no matter what I said or did or any of that, he kept thinking he had a chance. I had to literally cut the tie to make it very clear. And so often, like, they didn't get it, but they were still willing to support me. So yes, I went forward with the divorce, but they were still there for me. We lived with them for a year. That was embarrassing. Like, I'm 30 something. I have to move back in with my parents. That's embarrassing. But they're there, so that was helpful. Yeah.
I had a couple questions. One, I've noticed that for narcissistic abuse, there seems to be groups that are being set up and things like that. I was wondering, have you heard of anything else for other forms of emotional abuse? I've noticed that there are a lot of people who seem to have had those situations, and they don't feel comfortable sometimes in situations with people who have suffered extreme physical abuse. Mm-hmm. But that's a long-standing. But it's like they feel like they need some help on some level. Are there any other groups like that?
Yeah, like more specific help.
Right. Well, yeah. Just for people who've experienced that emotional abuse. Right. One other thing also is, do you have any advice for kids who have been in a situation where they had either two abusive parents or one abusive parent who is very supportive of the kind of abusive dynamic? That's something that I know that I've encountered a lot in my life, and I think it's probably something that's going to be relevant to all of the students. And I just wondering, like, what's the best way to handle that?
Sure. Yeah, those are good questions. First of all, and I might need help remembering the second one, but the first one is yes. My gosh, Instagram, narcissistic abuse. I see so much to help people, which is so good. There was none of that back then. Like, I didn't even know I was being, abused by a narcissist. But now there's so much information out there, and I'm so happy to see that. But yes, you're right. Like, can people still get emotionally abused by somebody that's not a narcissist? Yes. Yeah. And I would highly recommend the mendproject.com, because they are they're like the experts in emotional abuse. And she even coined the term double abuse to talk about institutional betrayal. Remember how in my talk I was talking about, experiencing institutional betrayal. And when that happens, you're like doubly abused, right? Because you go to disclose and then you get told you can't leave, or, different things like that. So the mendproject.com, and their materials are right behind you in the gold and black and white. Drew is showing you exactly where they are, everybody, pointing the way. So yeah, for that. And then I think your other question was about a child growing up in an abusive home. And that's so hard, right? Because then they grow up, and to them, that means normal, right? And so to their brains, that's how we survive, is through chaos, right? And so it's hard to undo that. So to me, I feel like it's even more important to address that early if we can, right? And so I know, like in my instance, I told, I didn't have abusive parents, but my ex did. And it's interesting, right? Because a lot of abusers experience trauma. And so it makes you wonder, like, if he would have gotten the help, would he have ended up like that? But I feel like it is important to get them that help. And I think there's some wonderful resources out there too to help them understand empathy. So there's a group, a nonprofit called redrover.org. They also help with getting people's pets to safety, but also they have a whole reading program for kids called Kindness. I can't remember, but if you go to their website, it's there. So I think that the more that we can get in, and helping the kids understand what a healthy relationship is like and what empathy is, I feel like the more we're going to make traction on that. And one of the groups in the back, the materials that I brought, Bloom 365, I love them because they know what they're doing. They're really getting into prevention, and they're actually addressing the perpetrators. So they go out to schools and they do a survey. Have any of you been abused? Have any of you got maybe the tendency to be an abuser, right? That's prevention. So yeah, I think it's really, really important, because what happens, kids grow up in that, and we saw the kid on the end, he thinks that's okay, right? So it just keeps going to the next generation and the next generation. So I think it's important to get those resources and that curriculum, in wherever we can. And then every situation is different, of course. So I can't say exactly what to do for every situation, but, kids, the adults are supposed to be the guardian, right? And if the adults with the kid is not the guardian, then I feel like somebody needs to step in, right? So when I disclosed the abuse to my son, our counselor contacted CPS, right? And so there was a record of that. Thank God there was a record, because that helped me prove my point, right? So that was a long-winded answer, but I hope that was helpful to you.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap up the Q&A portion. Can we get a round of applause for our awesome speaker, Rebecca Pratt? Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thanks for listening.
It is my pleasure to announce Ashley Wasserburger, who works for the Working Against Violence Incorporated. She is an education director and used to provide direct services to vulnerable populations. She will be speaking on trauma, adaptation, and resilience. Please help me welcome Ashley Wasserburger.
Hello, everyone. I feel like the lunch and then the chair yoga, we're all now really calm. Hopefully people aren't falling asleep. I feel like I've been set up. But no, thank you all so much for having me. I'm feeling the popping in my body, and some of what we've already talked about. So what the keynote presenter talked about, and then through the chair yoga, learning how to be in tune with our bodies, learning how to be patient with ourselves through healing. A lot of that's going to be what we're going to be talking about over this next hour. As I was introduced, my name is Ashley Wasserburger. I am the Education Director at Working Against Violence, Inc. in Rapid City. We are a shelter working with survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is related to all of those forms of violence as well as other forms of trauma. So I like to start with this quote. So because trauma is an unwanted experience, it is tempting to make it wrong. It is also tempting to make any adaptation that a person developed in response to it wrong too. So when we're thinking of that quote, oftentimes we feel a lot of shame. There's a lot of blame socially about how we are adapting to trauma. So as we have this conversation today, we are just trying to build empathy and patience with ourselves and others, trying to lower that shame and stigma, trying to understand where that's coming from, and really have a bit of this, oh, I'm here. I've been able to survive. That's great, right? Thanking our bodies for helping get us to this point and trying to heal and be safe through this. So today we're going to be talking about different types of trauma. We're going to be talking about physiological survival mechanisms, so that's going to be within our body, how we can heal. Psychological, so our pal Freud, he was a little odd, a little weird, but we're going to talk about a bit about what he said about psychological defense mechanisms and what we still use today. We're going to talk about behavioral survival mechanisms, and then we're also going to be talking about social survival mechanisms, so how we can relate to others through our trauma, how much trust we have with other people, and how we can recognize that and build that trust. So adaptation, that's just any modification over time to help someone survive. So that can be cross-generationally, that can be within a lifespan, so anything that is a change within us. And then resilience, this is just our ability to recover after something traumatic happens. So different types of trauma. There are lots of different forms of trauma. We're not here to play trauma Olympics, right? We're not here to say one is better or worse than another. We're not here to say people are impacted in a better way or a worse way from these different forms of trauma. All of these forms of trauma can look different for different people and have different effects related to that trauma. So acute trauma, this is going to be, also apologies for, so camera, is it okay if I wander? I'm a wanderer. Okay, perfect. So with acute trauma, this is going to be a single isolated incident. So that could be something like a car accident. That could be an unexpected loss, so the grief from that. That could be a sexual assault, right? Something that is a single isolated incident. Then our chronic trauma, this is going to be long-term trauma. So this could be living in the crisis of poverty. This could be living with community violence. Something that is ongoing throughout a period of time is going to be our chronic trauma. And then our complex trauma, which Mandi talked about earlier, that's going to be where there are repeated, prolonged traumas, oftentimes in a trusted support system. So there might be lots of different forms of trauma within this over time. So when we think of complex trauma, we think of domestic violence, we think of child abuse, we think of human trafficking. That's going to be a lot of that complex trauma. And that especially impacts our social impacts to trauma. So how we relate to others, how we feel like we can develop trust with others. So that's going to be that complex. Historical, this is cumulative and generational trauma. So what that's going to mean is even if we haven't experienced something ourselves, if down our family line people have experienced trauma, that still impacts us. So with epigenetics, that's going to be within our body, within our genetics, we are more likely to have certain responses based on when we've experienced trauma. Those are more likely to be turned on. So for example, we know that depression and anxiety are hereditary, right? And so as we're experiencing through our lives, we might be more likely to have that depression or anxiety based on what our families have experienced. When we're thinking of generational trauma or a historical trauma, there's been a lot of studies specifically on the Holocaust. I'm from Rapid City, South Dakota, so we oftentimes think of boarding schools for our indigenous relatives, right? Anything that is going to be through generations. Then secondary trauma. So this is going to be witnessing or hearing about something. So when we're talking about how you can support people who have experienced trauma, when we're hearing that, that could be secondary trauma for us, right? If we have either witnessed or heard about a friend, a loved one going through that trauma, that can impact our view of the world. That can make us feel unsafe. It can have trauma effects for us even if we didn't directly experience it. So this could be something like witnessing a car accident. This could be something like a friend coming to you, telling you about an assault. We saw some of that earlier today with Revolution. Then our vicarious trauma is a form of secondary trauma related to helping professions. So we oftentimes think of this with first responders. We think of our law enforcement partners. We think of medical professionals. We think of counselors, our Title IX coordinators, our advocates, right? Anyone who is experiencing this trauma by hearing about this day in and day out as part of our work. Now, all of these, including our secondary traumas, can cause things including and up to, post-traumatic stress disorder and all of the different trauma effects that that causes. So different effects of trauma. I know there are answers up here. Use your resources as you need it, but I want to pose this out to you all. So what do you think trauma effects look like in the body? How can we recognize that? Yes. Yeah, being really tense. So, right, we just did some chair yoga. I'm 31, and so I had some pops. I had some pops in my body that I was noticing. And I was like, oh no, that's new. I don't like that, right? So if you're experiencing that stress in your body, that stress in your shoulders, that can be that trauma response. Or just getting old, maybe, I don't know. Any other physical responses? Yes. Just pain in general, right? Yeah. So we know that through experiencing long-term traumas and that long-term stress, that our body is impacted long-term. This can include things like chronic pain disorders. This can cause diabetes. This can cause stroke, heart conditions. Is anyone familiar with the Adverse Childhood Experiences study? ACEs? So through that study, it was basically showing us that the more childhood traumas that you're experiencing, the more likely that you are to have negative health outcomes later in life. And so that sounds really gloom and doom, right? It sounds like we're gonna be super stressed. It sounds like we're gonna have a lot of pain. It sounds like we're gonna die early. We don't want that. But thankfully, what we also found from that study is that it's not all gloom and doom. Having one trusted support system can help to mitigate a lot of those effects. We've talked a lot today about how we can respond when someone discloses that they've been hurt, and how we respond, so I believe you, it's not your fault, actually decreases post-traumatic stress disorder by 6 times. So how we respond, even if we're not counselors, even if we aren't professionals in this, can help mitigate those effects. So what other physical symptoms might we experience? Sleep, yeah. Might sleep too much, sleep too little, have nightmares, right? We might have waking nightmares as well, right? So sleep disorders, absolutely. We also might have psychosomatic symptoms. So that's gonna be where we're experiencing physical pains, oftentimes headaches or stomach aches, where we don't actually have a health outcome that a doctor can find. So that's because our body is trying to protect us from a trauma. So for instance, if a youth has a headache or a stomach ache right before they go visit their other parent, or they have a headache or a stomach ache right before a certain class, it might not be that they're making it up to avoid something, right? It might be that there is actual trauma and stress that the body is trying to prevent them from. So if we're noticing those patterns, it's really good to ask those extra questions. Being curious is going to be a primary thing to prevention and intervention. So that's physical. Emotional. Is there any right or wrong way to experience our emotions after trauma? No? Any wrong way? No, right? Oftentimes, people think if you're not crying after a trauma, then you're not upset, right? We do a lot of grand jury trial preparation. So trying to make sure that grand juries know if this person is presenting on the stand as angry or as passive or really logical. If they're not crying, it doesn't mean that they weren't impacted. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. So what are some ways that people might emotionally be impacted by trauma? Numbness, yeah, feeling nothing, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, like withdrawing. So not hanging out with family and friends is what they said. So if we're withdrawing, that's gonna be some of that behavioral, but it can also relate to our emotional. So absolutely, that's a key part of post-traumatic stress disorder, right, is avoidance. It's a key symptom. Any other emotion things anyone wants to mention? Irritability. What? Like anger. Anger, yep. Anger, irritability. So is it okay to experience anger after a trauma? Yeah. Sometimes that anger is actually us saying we're important enough that we can actually feel something about this. This was a betrayal. We were hurt. And sometimes when we push that down, oftentimes we're doing that to protect the person who has harmed us, right? And so if we're angry, that might be us finally saying, I was hurt. It's okay to be angry. Anyone ever have someone laugh, use comedy post-trauma? Right? That's another thing, that if someone's laughing about it, it doesn't mean that they weren't impacted. It doesn't mean that it wasn't traumatic. That's a normal response as well. Now, behavioral. So we talked a little bit about avoidance. Any other behaviors that we can think of? Hypervigilance, yeah. That could be in your body. That could also be behavioral. We're going to talk a bit about that in a moment. Impulsive, yes. Not eating, yeah. Yeah. Changing hygiene, not eating, yeah, right? Sometimes when we see depression, everything is exhausting. So you aren't able to take care of those as much. Yeah. So any of those changes, not being in class as much, especially if that class is with someone who had harmed you. Spiritual and identity. So we've talked a bit, I know Mandi talked a bit about spiritual trauma. So this can be related to religion. So this can be, a church leader telling you X, Y, and Z, or your partner saying, whatever it might be as far as religion goes. But it doesn't have to be religious as far as the effects of trauma. So the effects of trauma spiritually is going to be where we are having a change in our sense of self or our view of the world. So if we're now saying, I'm a survivor, I can't relate to anyone anymore. No one can understand how I'm feeling through this because they haven't experienced that. That's going to be a change of identity that can separate you from other people. Or if you now feel the world is unsafe, the world is unjust, right? That's a huge change in your worldview. So those are going to be a few different examples: feeling lost, feeling abandoned, having a change of purpose. Now, cognitive, so we're going to talk about that in just a moment as well, but how might people cognitively, so in the brain, be impacted by trauma? Dissociation, lost memory. There were more that I didn't catch. Anyone else? Difficulty concentrating, right? Yeah, we heard about that a bit this morning, right? So if you have difficulty with memory, difficulty with learning, difficulty concentrating, right? All of those can be those cognitive effects. This clock is so loud. I don't know can you guys hear it out there? I'm like, oh no, I'm being timed. It's creating a stress response, it's fine. So physiological, this is gonna be in your body. So we talked a bit about this earlier, right? We talked about fight, flight, or freeze. So this is something that we cannot choose for ourselves. You don't have a bear rushing towards you and you say, okay, am I gonna fight, flight, or freeze? I don't know, right? We don't get to choose that. That's gonna be automatic in your body. So sometimes there's a lot of shame and blame related to these responses, especially freeze, right? Oftentimes, especially with sexual assault, freeze is that primary response where we feel like we're doing nothing. We feel like we can't shout no. We can't fight our way off of this. And so I just want to make sure that if this freeze response has happened to anyone in this room, or if you are witnessing someone who is shaming or blaming themselves for this, that this is a normal reaction. This is something that helps them survive through what they went through. So talking a little bit about this, so a trigger response, so something will make your body feel unsafe. Then, if you go into fight or flight, that's gonna be your sympathetic nervous system. Your sympathetic nervous system then says, cool, we're gonna fight or flight our way out of here. We're gonna run, or we're gonna beat someone up to get out of here. That's gonna cause adrenaline. So if you've ever seen those videos of like a mom pick up a car, that's your adrenaline. You're gonna have your blood vessels actually constrict so that you're less likely to bleed out. You're more likely to continue running. You're less likely to pass out from that blood loss. Your pupils will dilate so you can see better in the dark. Your heart rate will increase. Your breathing will increase, right? All of those things to help us just get away from that situation. Then that freeze response is the parasympathetic nervous system. That does the opposite. So if you look at a possum, right, they play dead. A predator is coming, they say, cool, they don't want to eat something that's already dead, I'll just play dead. So then you feel like you can't move, you feel like your heart rate is decreasing, your breathing is decreasing. This is so that hopefully you get left alone. This also is related to dissociation that was mentioned, where you feel like you were outside of your body, or you feel like it's happening to someone else, or maybe you don't remember it at all, right? All of those things can come from that freeze response. So, something that people don't often talk about with this though, is what happens through that trauma. So every sense memory that you're experiencing gets stuck in your body. So everything that you saw, heard, felt, tasted, everything in your body gets stored. And so what those turn into is triggers. So your body is learning how to keep you safe. And so through that, if you're experiencing something that is similar, so any of those sense memories are the same as what you experienced, your body's gonna say, cool, I know how to protect us better. And that's gonna go back to this beginning where you go into that fight, flight, or freeze. So what happens when we get stuck in that? So sustained fight or flight, so as Mandi talked about earlier, right? That sustained fight or flight, that sustained hypervigilance, where you feel like your body is never safe because we have all of those sense memories related to a trauma, that can cause your body to expect that danger even when you're safe. That can cause high blood pressure, muscle pain that we talked about, stroke, chronic health conditions, loss of memory, anxiety. So anything where you're up here for too long, right? We're not supposed to be outside of that resilient zone for more than a few moments. And so if you're stuck up there all the time, that can be those negative health outcomes. Then your sustained freeze response, so that being hypo-aroused, is going to lead to things like depression, apathy that was mentioned, that numbness that was mentioned. This is also going to result in that dissociation or that memory loss, right? Where we feel like we are too low outside of that resilient zone. So as also was mentioned earlier, I swear we didn't coordinate for these segues. Our brain physically changes through trauma. So again, we can't blame or shame ourselves for this. Our brains are developing to create us a safe environment. So if we're used to a dangerous environment, we're gonna adapt to a dangerous environment. If we're used to a safe environment, we're gonna adapt to a safe environment. Now both can react well to a safe or an unsafe environment, but it's not gonna be what we're necessarily used to. So your prefrontal cortex, that's going to be your emotional center of the brain. That's going to be a bit more of that like logic center. Here's what's happening. Here's how I'm going to react. Here's how I'm going to emotionally process things. So that area actually shrinks and weakens, and it affects that logic and reasoning center, as well as that emotional reaction to things. Then our amygdala, so think of this as like your alarm system in the brain. So if we have a fire alarm, that's probably going to be down the hall in your house, away from your kitchen. It can still sense that there's smoke in your kitchen, but it's not going to go off all the time. I lived in New York for a couple years, and my apartment was very small, very, very tiny. And my smoke detector was right over my oven. I wasn't burning things. I'm not that bad of a cook, guys, but my smoke detector went off all the time. I went to my neighbors and I said, what did you guys do about this? They said, oh, we unhooked that a long time ago. I'm like, what if our house burns down? Right? But that's what happens with the amygdala, right? After experiencing all of these traumas, your amygdala, that smoke detector, is trained to detect smoke, even when you're not burning down, even when there's not a big fire. So that's what happens with that system. Then our hippocampus, this is that learning and memory center, right? This is why we have difficulty concentrating. This is why we have difficulty learning or remembering things. And this area shrinks, and it impacts our ability to differentiate the past from the present when it comes to the sense memories. So the hippocampus actually activates our amygdala. It's saying, oh, there's a similar smell. We must be in danger. So alarm system, do what you do best. So that's what happens within the brain. So that's a lot. How are we doing? Any questions about physical, how we're impacted by trauma? No, you're all pros. You know, we're all social work students. Okay, so psychological. Oh boy, our pal Freud. He had some weird ideas, right? But we do actually still use a lot of his theories, despite some of the more odd ones. So we're going to talk a bit about psychological defense mechanisms. You've likely heard all of these terms. We use these in day-to-day language. I'm not going to go over all of these because there are a lot, but I'm going to go over a couple. So I'm going to go over reaction formation. So this is going to be where if we have learned that a certain emotion is unsafe for us to express, we're going to do the opposite. So an example of this is young boys when they're crying, and what are some negative things that people are told when they're crying or they're sad? What do you guys think? Man up? Yeah, that's one of those. What else? Stop crying. Yeah? Anyone ever heard the I'll give you something to cry about? Yeah. Yeah. There's actually a few, there's kind of a trend going on right now in social media where they're going up to like little kids. So if you have a child, they're starting these negative phrases and seeing how the kid ends them. And thankfully, we see that some of these cycles are actually breaking. A lot of kids don't understand the I'll give you something to cry about, which is great. It's good to see generations healing. But when we grow up with those phrases, you know, man up, don't cry, or especially for our young girls, that you're an inconvenience because you're crying or you're emotional or you're not strong because of that, we learn that crying or that sadness is not safe. So what do? We act with a safer emotion. Our young boys oftentimes will act in anger. That's what they see as a safer emotion. It's more modeled for them. It is a stronger emotion. With our young girls, we often see that they go to people pleasing, that they are super happy all the time. They're helping other people. So those are our reaction formation. So we act in the opposite way as how we are actually feeling. And it's protective. Then displacement. So displacement, is anyone here working a shelter or a counselor actively? Okay, we've got a few counselors in the room. So have you ever experienced where someone who is a survivor gets mad at you and you're like, what's going on? I thought we were doing so well. I haven't done anything. It's not personal. I promise. It's this displacement. It actually means that you are a safe place for that person. It hurts. It sucks. But it means that you are safe. Because what this displacement means is that they have been in an unsafe scenario where they cannot express their emotions. They feel like they've been controlled. They feel like they can't express themselves. So now you're with a safe person. You can finally express yourself. An example of this is you have a really hard day at work. Your boss was being a jerk to you. Your teacher was being a jerk to you. That would never happen on this campus. Everyone's perfect here. But if you're having a bad day at work, you can't get mad at your boss. You can't go up and shout at them. I mean, you could, but there'd be repercussions, right? But when you get home, you're with your safe family. You might yell at your parent, or you might yell at your kids. You might yell at your spouse, your partner, because they're that safe person. Are you mad at them? No. But this is how you're feeling, and you weren't able to safely express that. Now, it doesn't make it a great response, but it is normal. Regression, another one I want to touch on a little bit. So if anyone is working with littles, this is going to look like sucking your thumb. This is going to look like wetting the bed again after someone is already potty trained or after someone has stopped sucking their thumb. But in older people, so this can look like going back to comforts. This can look like that show you've watched 30 times, going back and rewatching it again, right? Because that's comfortable. You know how it ends. You know that you don't need to be afraid of what's going to happen. It can look like if you're sick, and every time you were sick when you were a kid, your parent made chicken noodle soup. Now you're sick, I want some chicken noodle soup, right? Going back to those old comforts can be that regression as well. Intellectualization, any like super logical people in the room? Intellectualization, yeah, I see you. Yes, me too. So intellectualization is going to be where we are, instead of processing our emotions, because emotions are inconvenient, right? Instead of processing that, we're going to think super logically. We're going to say, well, that doesn't help me right now. I need a solution. So sometimes we try to fix other people's problems through that, or we try to fix our own problem through that, but we're not really ever processing how we're really feeling about it. So all of those psychological defense mechanisms that we talked about are things that we can recognize and we can address and we can try to change, but largely they are considered subconscious. So they might start without us knowing, without us understanding it, but we are able to get to a point of understanding it consciously and being able to catch these things and make sure that we're safe and responding well. Any questions on all of those? Okay. You guys will get the slides, so any of the ones I didn't touch on, you'll get as well. How are we doing on time? This clock behind me is so scary. Okay, so behavioral survival mechanisms. We're finally getting to the point where these are things that we choose, right? We can choose what behaviors we do. Now, those behaviors can be influenced by past decisions. They can be influenced by things that we've experienced, but we do have a choice. So while these are conscious, they can also be survival mechanisms, whether they're healthy or unhealthy. So this is largely where a lot of bias might come in. People thinking that's an unhealthy behavior, that's not okay, and having a lot of bias towards that person. But I want to challenge us all to acknowledge those biases and be able to move past those biases and acknowledge how these behaviors may have helped them survive what they've gone through and how we can actually help people, because shaming people never works, right? Yelling at a kid for breaking a lamp or whatever doesn't help them not break a lamp in the future. It just helps them to not trust you in the future. Same thing with any behavior. So yelling at someone for using substances doesn't stop them from using substances, helps them hide it better, helps them know that they can't go to you for that help. And so instead of that shame and blame, what we want to do is we want to give them more tools. So I always think of these coping mechanisms, whether they're healthy or unhealthy, as tools in our tool belt. So our unhealthy coping, that might be all they have, right? They might say, well, substances have helped me in the past. This is my go-to tool every time, all the time. It's helped me survive to this point. That might be their only tool. And so what we can do as providers, as helpers, is we can help people add other tools. So instead of shaming and blaming that tool, hey, how about we talk this out? How about we go to counseling? How about we start journaling? How about we do some chair yoga, do some regulation? Right? All of these different tools can help them find those better options. And as they find those better options, they're more likely to grab from those. Now, they've learned through a big pattern of behavior, this unhealthy coping right over here, I've grabbed that hundreds of times. It's worked so well. So there will be times where they grab that unhealthy coping again, right? But again, we just want to make sure they're getting all of those access to tools, and that instead of that shame and blame and bias, that we are helping them get to that safer coping. So I like this phrase as well. So what seems non-adaptive and self-harming in the present was at some point in our lives an adaptation to help us endure what we then had to go through. So, right, something that looks harmful might actually have helped us survive to this point. So what are some examples of that? Healthy and unhealthy. Avoidance, we already talked about that with post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Key symptom. We want to avoid those sense memories that caused us pain, that cause us that hypervigilance, that cause our body to go into that fight, flight, or freeze. So we want to avoid those. Self-care, of course, this can be more preventative. If anyone has any amazing hobbies, we can chat after. Anyone have any amazing hobbies that they want to shout out now? Who has the coolest hobby? Go. Coloring, coolest hobby. Anyone have a cooler hobby? Playing drums, that's fun. Not that coloring's not a cool hobby. You also have a really cool hobby. All hobbies are awesome. All hobbies can be self-care. Playing drums, anyone else have a super cool hobby? Guitar, someone's being voluntold, but it's okay. We're not gonna force anyone. Consent, we learned about that this morning, right? Okay. So resource guarding and hoarding. This is an interesting thing to put on as a protective behavior. Where might resource guarding and hoarding be protective? Why is that? Yeah? Yeah. So when someone has taken something from you, has taken access away from you, and now you finally get access to that thing, you're going to keep that, right? You're going to say, oh, I finally have this. Yeah, any other ideas? That's absolutely correct. Have a sense of control. Yeah, absolutely. Right? If we've lost that sense of power and control, especially through domestic violence, having something that is our own or having a behavior that is our own can help us have that control. Absolutely. So resource guarding comes from that scarcity mindset, right? That I haven't had what I've needed in the past. So now I do. Now I'm going to keep things to collect things. With kids, this might look like in a school system, trying to take everyone's lunches, trying to keep those and guard those. It might look like if someone works in like a shelter setting, it might look like someone asking for hygiene items the day after they just got a bunch. It might look like having a lot more possessions than are allowed in a shelter, something like that. So where someone is used to that scarcity, they don't have what they need, they're going to try to collect what they need. That hoarding can come from that sense of control, can also come a little bit from regression that we talked about. Sorry. I didn't mean to cough right into the mic. Apologies for anyone's ears. I was sick like 3 weeks ago and I'm still coughing. It's awful. So that hoarding might come from regression. So all of these things that brought you comfort in your life, you don't want to get rid of those. I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be uncomfortable in my life. And this little doll, right, helped me when I was 4. This thing helped me when I was a teenager. This thing helped me, and so you want to collect all of these things that have helped you and brought you comfort. So that can be a piece of it, as well as that resource scarcity. Self-sabotage, another interesting thing to say as protective. We touched slightly on it before, but why might self-sabotage be protective?
It's a control factor. I know things are going to go crazy. Some
Yeah.
things go, at least I get to choose how it's going to go crazy.
Absolutely, control, right? Everything is going to go crazy, so I want to choose how that happens. Yep, absolutely, 100%. So it's that act of control. It's that act of waiting for the other shoe to drop. If you are catastrophizing, which is a cognitive distortion, so you're saying everything that can go wrong will, that Murphy's Law, what you're going to do is you're going to be really guarded. You're going to be really nervous when things are going well. Because again, your nervous system is not used to things going well. It has prepared itself for a dangerous environment. So you might self-sabotage. You might say, this really great relationship, I'm going to push that away. This great new job, I'm going to push that away, right? You might push away these great opportunities, or you might sabotage things to control the outcome. Coping, we talked about these, right? So unhealthy coping, so that social withdrawal, sleeping too much, eating too much or too little, gambling, unhealthy relationships, overspending, self-harm, right? We want to do some harm reduction in these categories, but we don't want to shame or blame. And then our healthy coping, so there's those distractive coping, so drums, coloring, someone played guitar, all of these different hobbies that we might have, those are going to be distractive. Watching TV, listening to music, those are going to help us get our mind off of that trauma. If anyone does watch movies or TVs for that distraction, if you don't want to watch that same show you've seen 20 times, there are a couple really great websites that I want to mention. One is unconsentingmedia.org. That will help you. You can look up a movie or something and it'll tell you if there's anything that was non-consensual in it, any kind of sexual abuse, so that you can be prepared. So you could say, I'm not ready to watch that, or, oh, I know when this is going to happen. I know what that's going to look like. I can be prepared. And then doesthedogdie.com is another really great one. That has a practically infinite list of possible things that could be upsetting in media. So you can look up by trigger, you can look up by movie, you can look up by TV show. It'll tell you where that's happening and what context that's happening. You can look up all sorts of different things so you can be prepared so that during your distraction, you're not going back into that fight, flight, or freeze. Active emotional coping. So we can't just distract ourselves. We can't just intellectualize. We also have to make sure that we are actively processing how we're feeling and what happened. So this is going to be really helpful for post-traumatic stress disorder, where basically where post-traumatic stress disorder comes from is that all you have is those sense memories, right? You can't put into words what has happened. It's difficult to talk about it. And you are just flashing back to feeling like it is happening right now. So when you can start to process what happened, you can start to put those emotions to names, you can talk to people about it, that's going to be really helpful to get you away from just those sense memories to actually being able to move forward through that healing. So talking to people, talking to professionals, talking to community members, talking to your friends, your family. If you're not ready to talk about it yet, you can journal. Right? So putting it down on paper, art therapy, it's really great if you're an artist and you just want to draw something out. You don't need to be a professional artist. No one ever has to see it, right? But that can be really helpful to put it out there as well, especially if you don't have words, and identifying what those triggers look like. Okay, any questions on behaviors?
Yes. So you're like talking about like having a tool belt of like coping mechanisms and how like there's unhealthy coping mechanisms, developing healthier ones. How can you change? Because like, and then you also you also talked about how somebody might have that tool belt full, but then they go back. How do you help change the mentality or like which one they go to first, like that?
So from the get-go, what we can do is we can offer options, right? So we're trying to add all of those tools. But if we find that people are going back to that old tool, That's natural, right? We know that it takes, I can't remember the quite number. I think it's like 20 times or a couple months. It could take like 3 months to develop a new pattern. And so if throughout that time you go back to old coping, that's just how we work, right? We do pattern recognition, we do what works. And so making sure that we're having that empathetic response so that they know that they're not isolated when they make that mistake. Because that's what's really bad about if people, especially in substance addiction, right, where they go back to that, they feel like I've failed, I've been sober this long, and now I am going back to nothing, so I may as well just keep using. Or I'm gonna be a disappointment to my friends or family, or they're gonna leave me, or my counselor's gonna be upset with me, I can't tell them, right? If we feel any of that shame or blame, then we're gonna go back to square zero, and we're gonna have a lot more to cope through, right? Not only are we coping through whatever caused that relapse, we're also coping through the fact that I might be completely isolated from everyone who was supporting me. I don't want to have failed people. So creating that safe support system is immensely valuable to that. And then just giving those options, giving those tools. I know that's kind of vague, but hopefully that's helpful. Okay. Social survival mechanisms. So this is going to be how we relate to others in the world. So we've got 4 phases of trauma. So these are archetypes. These are not exact. These are not one person falls perfectly into one. But oftentimes people do see themselves or others in these. Similar to Revolution this morning, I'm an adult mentor for a youth film group. They create short films about important topics. They actually do have a film about phases of trauma. I'm not going to show it today for time, but it's really cool. Go check it out. So our perfectionist phase of trauma. So this is going to be someone who tends to be very self-sufficient, who dislikes vulnerability. They tend to escape into work or productivity. Oftentimes, perfectionist phase of trauma is going to be when a child was given a lot of responsibility very early. So maybe they had to raise their siblings or, whatever that might look like, a lot of responsibility. Or they were overly praised for those really great things and then either ignored or punished for anything that wasn't great. So they've learned in order to get respect, in order to have safety, I need to be perfect all the time. Oftentimes, they fear not being good enough. They might have really rigid boundaries. If they're stressed, they're gonna avoid people because they don't want that vulnerability. Then our anger phase of trauma, this is really common, especially in complex trauma. So especially things like human trafficking, where someone has experienced betrayals from multiple different support systems. So someone who is a childhood survivor of domestic abuse and then grew up and then was in an intimate partner violence situation. Things where there is multiple different people throughout life that have betrayed them and caused trauma. This response is most common. So they might be cynical. They might feel like attack them before they get the chance to attack you. They might do some of that self-sabotage. They're waiting for that other shoe to drop, waiting for things to be bad. They might wall themselves off from others. This, someone with the anger phase of trauma might open up to you, even very quickly. You may have just met someone and they open up to you. They do that sort of trauma dump. They tell you everything about their life. You feel like you're doing really well with them. You feel like you're getting really far in the therapy. And then the next day or even an hour later, they push you away. So that is a defense mechanism because they've given you a bunch of ammunition, right? They trusted you. They've trusted people in the past and those people hurt them. And so they've given you a bunch of ammunition against them. So how can they possibly trust you? So they push you away so they can control what happens next. So that's a really common response. We see that kind of, I love you, go away, I hate you, come back. We see that a lot with things like borderline personality disorder, that I don't know who to trust, but I need to trust someone. Viewing people as dangerous, having that fight response. They might demand things instead of asking because they're doing what has worked for them, right? Those systems. Are people pleasers. So this is someone who wants to help everyone else. This is people where if you work in a shelter setting, they are forming their own little support groups in the dining room, right? They want to help everyone, oftentimes wanting to get into helping professionals. Going from that victim to survivor to warrior, right? This might be a step for them. So this is someone who maybe has a hard time saying no because saying no in the past has been dangerous. So setting boundaries can be hard. Making choices for themselves, thinking that their choice is as important or more important than what someone else wishes for them, right? They have that power and control over their lives. So boundaries can be difficult. A key thing that we might notice with our people pleasers is over-apologizing. So apologizing all the time when they've done nothing wrong. That can be a sign of this. They want to share their emotions. They want to help other people. They tend to have a little bit more of that anxiety around not being an inconvenience to people. Then our depressive phase of trauma is going to be where small choices and tasks are overwhelming. Everything is overwhelming. Survival is overwhelming. And so we might see that there's that lower energy level. Our depressive phase of trauma is likely in that hypoarousal, right? They are below that resilient zone for a long time. So that can result in that dissociation that we talked about, that energy fatigue, might sleep too much, might escape into media, might have some of that regression, just what is safe for us. Intrusive negative self-thoughts. So if they feel like they're a burden to others, they feel like it's never going to get better, have a hard time remembering when things were good before, right? Your brain is tricking you to think that this is your forever. This is your constant. The world would be better off without you, things like that. So we want to be really careful in making sure that people aren't at risk for self-harm or suicide during these times as well. Isolation is really common. So again, that not wanting to be a burden. Another thing that's really common with the depressive phase of trauma is that when they're not isolating, when they're actually around people, they might appear as these other phases of trauma. They might be that perfectionist. They might be that people pleaser. They might be that life of the party, make everyone laugh, right? And so if we're seeing that life of the party a little bit less, or occasionally that mask cracks, and it's just so exhausting to have that people-pleasing happy mask all the time, that can be one of those signs too. So I'm going to go into how we can support each phase of trauma. So I'll give this back to you all. So for our perfectionists, how do we support them? What are some things that we can do? Self-compassion. Compassion? Yeah, self-compassion, right? Yeah, so either for ourselves or for that person that we're helping. Just being compassionate, being open. What else?
Noticing small things, giving praise for things.
Yeah, noticing small things, giving that praise. Absolutely. What else?
You may have to push them a little bit more to be more like, hey, you're really hard on yourself right now. It's not that big of a deal. You're good. Just telling them that, hey, this behavior isn't as big as.
Yeah, we might be, so if someone is being really hard on themselves, even for little things, right? This is the end of the world for them. That's because at some point they've learned that that makes them either unsafe or that it's made them feel distanced from people. And so that sort of catastrophizing this little thing becomes this huge thing. That might be, again, that emotional center of the brain. So trying to let people know that freedom to fail, right? Freedom to fail is a really big thing for our perfectionist, right? You don't need to be perfect to be loved. You don't need to be perfect to be respected. You don't need to be perfect to be competent, right? Making sure that they have that freedom to fail. What about our anger phase of trauma? How do we support them?
I feel like you have to validate their feelings. Yeah, they're coming out angry, but acknowledging that they
Validating those feelings, right? It's okay to be angry. Now, it's not okay to be abusive. It's not okay to scream and yell at people, but it's perfectly okay to be angry, right? And so we can acknowledge those things. We can acknowledge those behaviors and those emotions and support those emotions while still expressing some of those boundaries, right? So acknowledging, yeah, that anger might be you standing up for yourself. That anger might be saying, okay, I'm not sure who to trust, so I trust myself, right? And that's survival. What else can we do for our anger phase of trauma?
Really important to make sure that you're accountable. I mean, that you say you're going to do what you're going to do, and then don't break that trust again. You're going to be there, you're going to show up, and you're going to be accountable.
Yeah, that accountability, right? So if you say you're going to be there, right? Follow through with your promises. Be that consistent person, right? That accountability and that consistency, because they're looking for things that are controllable. And so if you are breaking your promises, you're showing that you are not this trusting person. They can't control that. They can't control other people. All they can do is control themselves, which is why they tend to isolate and not trust others. So we need to be that safe person for them. Even in times where there might be a situation where you need to end services for a little bit. But is there still this safe environment? Do they still know you can come back? Right? If you mess up, if you get mad, if you do this or this, right? We can set those boundaries. We can be safe in that, but I'm still going to be here. I'm going to be this consistent person for you, right? You can still seek help. You can still reach out to me. Our people pleaser. How do we help our people pleasers?
You need to know that they're worthy.
Yeah, right?
That validation that, hey, however you show up is okay.
Yeah, you're worthy. However you show up is okay. That's for all of these, right? So yeah, you're worthy. You're not an inconvenience. You're not a burden. You know your situation best. You can make your own choices, right? You don't need to apologize. I'm here to help you. You haven't done anything wrong. Right? So validation, making sure that they know that they're worthy, they're not an inconvenience. Anything else for our people pleaser? Okay. Our depressive phase of trauma. How can we help that individual?
Check on them, take them out to do things.
Yeah, check on them, take them out to do things. What was that last one? Be there for them? Yeah, right? Even if it's like low pressure hangouts. So if someone is isolating, make sure that they know you're still there, right? You can just go to their house and, oh, you're watching Friends again. Great, let's watch that together, right? That show or that movie that they love so much. Just going and hanging out with them, just being in their presence. It doesn't need to be a big pressure hangout where you're going out. It can be something chill, like, okay, let's just chill in our pajamas. Right? We don't need to talk about it if we don't want to, but I'm here, right? So low pressure hangouts, really big thing, being consistent, being there, checking in. What else?
Letting them know that it's okay that you're not, it's okay to not be okay all the time. Yeah. Because a lot of these people figure, well, I'm not a people pleaser, that I'm impressive, but nobody wants this part of me, so I'm going to isolate. So it's like, oh, it's okay that this is more right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's okay not to be okay, right? So isolating because you don't want to bring people down or because you don't have the energy to put on one of these other masks, right? So letting them know it's okay. I'm sorry that you're feeling this way. You shouldn't need to be feeling this way, but it's okay that you're feeling this way. You don't need to hide your emotions from me. You don't need to hide your experience from me. I love all of you. And I'm going to be here with you while we heal from this, right? So just being that consistent person. Another thing that can help is, especially with the energy levels, is trying to break things down into little steps. So doing the dishes, right? That's something that might need to be done, but it can be extremely exhausting. So how can we break that down into smaller steps? If we have a dishwasher, do we need to pre-rinse? ideally for water. But if that is exhausting, just run it through a couple times, right? If that's easier. Or if it's easier to use paper plates for a little bit. Or if you can have a friend come over and help you. Now, again, some of these solutions environmentally, but we want to make sure that this person's okay, right? So whatever we can break things down. If you have trouble showering, it's exhausting to stand there. Okay, let's sit down. You don't need a bathtub to sit down, right? So however we can break things down into little steps that are more manageable and award those things, thank you, and award those things is going to be really helpful. And then also if we can do tangible support for them. So if there's something that we can do, we've noticed that our friend hasn't been eating for a while, can we bring them a meal? Absolutely, right? If there's some tangible support that we can do to make things a little bit easier, that's gonna go a long way as well. Okay, I think I'm gonna skip past attachment styles because they're basically the same thing we just went over with Faces of Trauma. So I want to close out with this quote. So it isn't about what's wrong with you, it's about what happened to you. Now that's a really common quote that we might see, but it's very important, right? It's not about this horrible incident, it's how we survive through it. And we need to be patient and kind with ourselves and others as we heal through it. We need to understand that all of these things we've talked about today have helped them survive to this point, and that we want to support them through that. So we don't want to shame and blame what has helped them survive, right? We want to help them get to that safety and that healing. We want to be that support. So are there any, I do have a survey. I know you guys are probably sick of doing surveys today, but I do have a survey. If you'd be willing to either scan this QR code or use the URL, it really helps us know what kind of works for you guys. But in the last 2 minutes we have, are there any questions that are pressing? No questions?
I have a question. So my mind is in drug and alcohol counseling. If I didn't really interested in this big debate right now on harm reduction versus 100% abstinence.
Yeah.
And I really wonder, when you were talking about the toolbox and how often people go back. And so when you're working with individuals who are trying to get clean and sober, what are your thoughts on the harm reduction versus clean? It's obviously the end goal is to be 100% sober, but do you think that the harm reduction is a decent way to get there, or do you think it's causing more?
So there's a lot of research on both sides of this, and it can be, right, it's not that anyone is wrong on either side of this. Both sides have a lot of research, both sides have a lot of evidence behind it. I am also, full disclosure, not an alcohol and drug treatment, I'm not a counselor. So coming from that perspective of not being an expert in specifically drug and alcohol treatment, I think harm reduction can be a helpful stepping stone because if that is the only tool that they have, right, there's going to be that shame and blame when they go back to it. There's also going to be being left with nothing, right? So if you're going immediately, okay, here's this treatment program, we're abstinence only, you're going to train them in those extra tools, but it's going to take a while for those to sort of kick in. And so you might be leaving people with very few other coping skills. And so I think building those coping skills and that harm reduction so that we can meet people where they're at can be really helpful. So that's my perspective, is I think a step-down approach can work a lot better for a lot of people. Now, definitely abstinence only works well for some people as well. It might be really hard to do that stepping down. So research on both ends.
No, I was just curious, so thank you very much.
Yeah, good question.
I have another one. Yeah. So, talking about the Faces of Trauma, can people be a combination of both and come into this?
Absolutely. Yeah, these are archetypes, right? These aren't perfect. Someone fits exactly into one phase of trauma. So yeah, you can absolutely be a blend depending on what traumas you've experienced, depending on how you are identifying for yourself and how you are socially adapting. So absolutely, there's a good mix. We can also change these over time. We can recognize these for ourselves. They might start out very subconscious, but we can recognize it. We can address it over time, get to a healthier place. So yeah, they're archetypes.
So are like specific traumas more related to a certain piece of trauma, or is it more of like the social environment that a person is in?
I think it's a bit of both. Complex trauma, as I mentioned, is more associated with that anger phase of trauma. So there's been lots of betrayals, there's been lots of different types of traumas, so they've learned that the world is unsafe. So complex trauma, that can be lots of different forms of trauma, but that's more common with the anger phase of trauma. Our perfectionists, as we mentioned, so especially that like early childhood, lots of responsibility or feeling isolated if you didn't do everything right, being overly praised for only the right things, can be related to that. Our people pleasers, so people say fight, flight, freeze, or appease, or fawn. So the reason that we don't mention the fawn or appease earlier in the presentation is because it is a social adaptation. So fawn or appease is going to be our people pleasing, right? It's saying, I'm not safe to say no to you. I'm not safe to not do exactly what you want. It comes from that long-term walking on eggshells, right? That tension building phase that we see. And so if you've learned I'm only safe by doing whatever someone else wants, that's going to be kind of where that people pleasing comes from. The depressive phase of trauma can really be anything. That's largely going to come from being stuck in that hypoarousal state, that like freeze response long term. So, good questions. I think we're out of time, so I do want to be respectful of the conference. But thank you all so much. If you guys do have any extra questions, feel free to let me know. But yeah, thank you for having me.
I'm really happy to announce our next speaker, Lisa Peden. I got that right this time. I asked her how to do it afterwards. She's the bilingual community educator from the DUBS program. It's one of our local domestic violence organizations. So I'm just really happy to introduce her. So if we can just give a big round of applause for her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so happy to be here. It has been just an honor for me to share the stage with a wonderful peer advocacy group like Revolution. They were fantastic this morning. I feel like I learned so much from them. Sharing the stage with other domestic violence professionals has just been fantastic. I feel like I've learned so much, and I'm excited to just share a little bit of information with you today. I have been with the DUBS program since 2002, and prior to that, I worked for another domestic violence program for about 5 years in central Nebraska. And so I've been doing lots of presentations for lots of years. I started off doing good touch, bad touch coloring books presentations with preschoolers and kindergartners years and years and years ago, so that dates me a little bit. But I feel like we've come so far in prevention. And so I really wanted to talk with you a little bit more today about healthy relationships and how we can raise the bar. When we think about this, dating in 2025 can be a little crazy, right? It's complicated. Try me. What do you want from me? To waste your time, right? How about this one? Single and ready to act awkward, right? When we think about it, dating can be super challenging. How about this one? How do you find someone to date? It's like, it takes me 2 years to find someone I even like, right? So when you think about it, what is it? Dating can be wild, it's complicated. What is it, though, that we have come to expect in relationships? Do any of these things sound familiar, right? We talk a lot about red flags, right? Are you guys familiar with the red flag guy from TikTok? I love him. He just makes me laugh so hard. But a lot of those situations that he comes across with. So we're very familiar with red flags in relationships, right? So let's shout out a few of them. So we've talked about them a little bit today. Give me a few red flags in relationships. Controlling, I see some hands. Manipulative, what else? Narcissistic, right? Right, controlling behaviors. We saw some of those in the presentations this morning. We've talked about them through these presentations, right? And so when we think about red flags in relationships, we want to go beyond red flags. And there's also just some other things we want to think about is that relationships can be very challenging because it's very unsure where you're at. Like this one says, technically, we're not together, right? Maybe you see this in another situation. This relationship isn't good for you, right? Or, why am I allowing this treatment, right? When you think about it, we have set our relationship standards so low. One of the things that's been challenging for me as an advocate for so many years is that sometimes you see young people that their first relationship, the bar was set so low that anything that's not as bad as that is good, right? And so how do we flip that and not just say, well, it's not maybe physical abuse, so it's really not that bad, or it's okay. And so the absence of abuse itself doesn't really make it healthy, right? So the absence of physical abuse doesn't make it healthy. And many times we think about how we have set the bar so low. So what are some things that we have normalized in relationships? And I wanted to talk about this one. Anyone heard the term situationship? Situationship, what does situationship mean?
You're not dating, but you're acting like you're dating.
That's a good one. You're not dating, but you're acting like you're dating, right? Okay? And so what are the challenges with a situationship?
There's no clear labels, boundaries, anything.
No clear labels, no boundaries, anything like that. When you look at these statistics here, or this chart, I really love this because it showed that overall in the general population, around 40% of all US adults said that they'd been in a situationship, right? 50% of people 18 to 34, and even people in the older age group of 55 plus had 30% of them had been in situationships, right? So a situationship can be super challenging because it's really undefined, ambiguous, romantic relationship, there's not a lot of commitment, and it can be really inconsistent, right? Lots of inconsistency. So when, the affection or the communication fluctuate, it really makes you constantly wonder where you're at, feeling uncertain, anxious. Even this idea of emotional unavailability, right? Avoiding depth or vulnerability while they're still trying to keep the person hooked into that relationship. So you look at, we've started to accept things like situationships or this inconsistency or emotional unavailability. What about breadcrumbing? Does anybody know what that means or have an idea what it would mean to have breadcrumbing? What do you guys think? Say that again? Lead them on, right? Give them just a tiny little crumb, right? Or you maybe think about like somebody chasing the carrot, like they move the carrot just so you can go ahead a little bit and low. So it's just enough attention to keep someone invested but never fully committed. And so it's this idea of like, oh, I don't like labels, I'm gonna avoid commitment. And really the fear of being alone oftentimes dictates people's willingness to accept things that really aren't healthy for them, right? And so that fear of being alone definitely lowers the bar. So let's look at some other ones. Does anybody recognize the Pac-Man ghost? Or am I just that old? Right? So we have this hot and cold behavior, right? Hot and cold behavior. And when you think about hot and cold behavior, it definitely can be like that hot behavior, like constant texting, constant flirting or initiating plans, like they're all over it. This could be like the idea of love bombing, right? We've heard this idea of love bombing and just go and go and go and like they want to be physically affectionate or they want to be really intimate and they're making lots of future promises. So there's that hot behavior. So if this is the hot behavior, then what's the cold behavior? What would be some examples of cold behavior in a relationship?
Like to stop talking, like something goes wrong and then they just like won't talk to you.
Yeah, stop talking, right? Like ghosting is like the ultimate cold behavior, right? But cold behavior can also be like not responding to texts, like or taking a really long time, or like, just not being that attentive. And so when you think about it, that cold behavior could even be like being dismissive or defensive when you express your needs. Like, you say something that you need in the relationship and they're defensive about it, right? Or they're dismissive, like you're overthinking, or, acting really detached in person when they've been really warm online or by text. So thinking about this hot and cold behavior. This ghosting, the statistics for ghosting showed that over 60% of people surveyed had been ghosted, right, in a relationship, or have been ghosted, and over 45% have ghosted somebody else. Right? So 60% of people surveyed were like, I've experienced that, right? And 45% are like, I've done it myself. So it's a very common behavior, right? So this type of thing can cause anxiety, hypervigilance. It can really adjust or affect self-esteem. And so when we think about this hot and cold behavior, we've accepted that as part of this is what relationships look like. Also confusing intimacy or confusing intensity, with intimacy. And so, mistaking like chaos or jealousy or constant fighting, obsession, things like that with closeness. And so you can see just in these little text threads, it's kind of hard to see with the colors here, but like possessiveness, like why did you like their photo? You told me you were going to go see your friends, but I see you're in town, or why are you lying? It's like this possessive behavior over and over again. Or the intensity of like the love bombing of, I really care about you, I want to see you, I really, you're fantastic, all of those things. So confusing this intensity with intimacy can really challenge at things. And jealousy can sound like care, but it's really control. Right? Jealousy sounds like care, but it's really control. But jealousy is something that most young people in relationships are kind of like immune to jealousy. They don't see it as a negative oftentimes. It's okay in small portions or small pieces of jealousy, but what they are really seeing is that jealousy moves to control. Right? And I always tell people that jealousy is a normal, natural human emotion, right? But how we handle our jealousy then shows where it's going to go. Is it moving to controlling another person or not? In addition, this idea of apologies without change, right? So lots and lots of apologies without change. And so someone says, I'm sorry, to really smooth things over, but they really don't take responsibility or make an effort to really stop repeating that same behavior. So words without accountability is like a temporary bandage, right? And it's really, they use the apologies to avoid consequences versus being accountable, right? So these are some of the things that we have really tend to accept in relationships. And then this idea of unequal emotional labor. When you look at this one, it happens when somebody is made responsible for being the one that's always trying to fix the relationship, the one that's always I have to reach out, I have to talk to this person. It's my job to see if they're okay and to communicate and talk about things. And so one person is on one hand doing all of the soothing and handling the emotions, or you're handling all of their feelings, but they're not reciprocating, right? So that unequal emotional labor in relationships, that has become really common. In addition to that, invalidating feelings, and this oftentimes can look like dismissing someone's feelings, minimizing their feelings, saying it's no big deal, or it really makes the person that is being told these things feel like they're being small, or they're dramatic, or they're wrong for how they feel. So it could look like mocking or sarcasm, comparing problems, well, you think your problem's bad, my problem's way worse, right? Or even defensiveness, you make me look like a bad person, right? When you bring up something to them and they get defensive about it. And then the kicker, staying for potential, right? We stay for potential many times in relationships that aren't that great for us, right? Because we think that this person is going to be who we thought they were, right? And oftentimes people have asked me when I'm presenting about domestic violence, well, why do people stay? Why do they stay? Why won't they leave? But the reality is they don't want the relationship to end. They want the abuse to stop. Right? So when you think about it, it's the same idea of I'm going to stay with this person because I think they can be a really great person, or they showed me that they were wonderful in this at the beginning, right? Or things were fantastic, and so they're gonna change, or there's ability for them to change. And so when you stay for potential, you're loving what they could be instead of accepting who they actually are. And so it can be challenging there. So let's raise the bar, right? We don't want to accept this low level of, oh, it's not physically abusive, it's really draining me emotionally, it's toxic, right? That's another word that we hear a lot for relationships. People don't call them necessarily abusive, they call them toxic, right? How much poison does it take to make something toxic? One drop, right? So when you think about that, in an unhealthy relationship, things that are toxic then are really making that relationship bad. So we want to raise the bar. We want to level up. Really, we all deserve relationships that build us up, help us grow, and remind us of our immeasurable worth, right? We have immeasurable worth, and we want relationships that help us each step of the way. So what does this kind of relationship look like? What does it include? What should we be looking for when we think about healthy relationships? So this is my favorite little penguin. I think he's super cute, right? We want to look for the green flags, right? So we've talked a ton about red flags, but green flags are really those healthy, respectful, and supportive behaviors, and that's what you can build a relationship on. It's healthy, respectful, and supportive. So let's talk about a few of these. And so I also, on your tables, we put some little affirmation cards about healthy relationships. So feel free to take those little papers with you. They have some good reminders of some of the things that we're going to talk about today about healthy relationships and what people deserve. So when you think about a healthy relationship, a good green flag is appreciation, right? You want to admire and recognize someone. So when you respect and value your partner, you can express gratitude to them for things that they're doing, admire their value, treating them with kindness, integrity, showing support for their goals and their boundaries. And also building esteem for others is about focusing on their positive qualities, When you think about effort, it's not just praising the outcome, it's praising the process, right? And so I loved some of the information that you shared about the faces of trauma, because it was so good to see how kids have that maladaptive behavior of looking for people pleasing and perfectionism. It reminded me of why do we praise the outcome, and then that can really make someone try hard to get there, right? So when you think about appreciating your partner in a relationship, you're going to praise the process that they're making and their effort. It's really focused on noticing, I appreciate how you handled that situation, how you tried to understand my point of view, something along those lines. And it really reinforces a growth mindset rather than the fixed mindset. And so when we think about appreciation too, we want to highlight and honor strengths in a person, right? So highlighting what's going well for them, what's going good, right? Looking at their strengths, helping them see those strengths. And one of the things that I've noticed that's really interesting about an abusive partner is they will take what is your strength and turn it into something that they will try to control or try to say that's bad about you, right? So one example of if you have a really good strength of winning people over and talking with them and being really communicative, then they're going to take that and be oh, you're too talkative, you're annoying, people don't want to listen to you, right? So an abusive person will take that strength, instead of honoring it and highlighting it, they're going to turn it into something that is something that's negative. So when you think about a healthy relationship, it's going to honor and highlight those strengths. In addition to that, genuine compliments, right? Offering genuine compliments. And when you think about, those are things about their personality, right? That you can be complimentary about, working to admire them, admire what is something very valuable about them, and telling them about it, right? Being able to give those compliments. And then celebrating their successes, making a point to acknowledge and celebrate their accomplishments, no matter how small they are, right? So being excited for them when they have accomplished something, being excited for them when something good has happened for them. And also, you're going to think about how a healthy relationship is going to have appreciation in addition to a lot of other positive qualities. So there's a short video here on balance that I wanted to play for you guys. And so let's take a look at this. Maybe.
I want you to take a deep breath. Close your eyes and repeat after me. Spending alone time is good for my relationships. One more time. Spending alone time is good for my relationships. It's important to know that alone time gives us the space and freedom to explore our own interests and desires independent of our partners. So remember, our partners should always be supportive of our hobbies, our interests, and our relationships with our friends, family, and coworkers. So if you're looking for more information, please check out at joinonelove.org. Bye, friends.
So when you look at balance in relationships, one of the things that she highlighted that I think is super important is that your partner should support those other things in your life that make you who you are. Right? You want to be able to have the independence to be who you are, do the things that you like to do, be involved in the activities that you like to be in. And so independence in itself helps that balance, but then the togetherness is another piece. So you have time apart and time together, right? If someone wants all of your time, all of your energy, all of your attention, to me, that is one of those things that gets out of balance really fast. And that can make the relationship unhealthy because you're too focused on that togetherness. And so when you think about it, some of your relationships, some of your needs have to be met outside of that romantic relationship. So your needs for friendship, your needs for hobbies, creative activities, those things can need to be happening outside of your relationship. And when you look at freedom, I think that when you look at freedom in relationships, you have to have the freedom to say no to somebody. The freedom to say like, no, I don't agree, or no, this isn't okay with me. The freedom to, not feel like you have to go along with everything that they want to keep that relationship. And so you have the right to be able to express your opinions, your feelings, your beliefs without being badgered or being manipulated or punished. And it's really the freedom to be yourself and not what someone else wants you to be. So is anybody seen it's an older movie, but Runaway Bride with Julia Roberts? So I love that movie, right? And I looked at that movie and I was like, wow, this is so crazy, because in that movie, what did she do? Do you remember with all the different fiancés that she had?
She ordered her eggs the exactly same way they ordered.
Yes, she ordered her eggs the way that they ordered their eggs, right? What else did she do? She made herself in to be what they wanted, right? If she was with the sports guy, she was sporty. If she was with the rocker guy, she was a rock star, right? So when you think about that, when you don't have the freedom to be who you are and what you want to be in a relationship, then you're out of balance. So you need to have that freedom. So I love in the end that she decides that she, likes Eggs Benedict or whatever her thing is. But I also noticed that in that relationship or in that movie, her dad was an alcoholic, right? And so she was used to managing his addiction, right? That then turned her into a people pleaser, right? So very interesting. All right, and then when you think about healthy relationships, of course, we're looking at commitment. This includes loyalty. Loyalty is really about trust, commitment, and reliability, right? Loyalty is, I think whenever I'm speaking to young people, loyalty is one of the first things they say they want in a healthy relationship, because loyalty to them is the opposite of cheating, right? Loyalty is the opposite of cheating or unfaithfulness. And so they are looking for loyalty. And really, loyalty also is getting support through tough times, really showing up for them. And companionship is really about connection, right? You want connection, presence, shared experience, right? So companionship is about quality time together, having fun, collaborating on plans, sharing hobbies, things like that. And looking at commitment is creating a life together, a life that both people have a voice and both people have a choice, right? And it's a life that you are better together. And so if you think about a Venn diagram, I don't have a chalkboard here or whatever, but I draw this often where you have the two circles, right? You have two separate people and they cross part of their lives together, right? And that is what a healthy relationship looks like, is that shared time, that shared part of your life together, but you're still two separate whole people, but you're creating a piece that is shared. And then commitment is the opposite of that situationship that we talked about, right? So this is investing time, right? Investing energy in the relationship. It looks like being able to, and it's equal, right? It's not just one person giving all of their time and all of their energy. And so I wanted to share also a story or a little illustration of mutuality. And so this comes from an author by the name of Leslie Vernick, and she has quite a few different books and a blog and everything. But she talks about mutuality in relationships. And she shares that there is a law of maintenance that applies to everything in life, whether it be in relationships, vehicles, pets, or your home. Let's say that you build a brand new home, it's beautiful, you're in love with it on move-in day, but what if for weeks you never clean the kitchen? What if you never pull the weeds or take out the trash? If you ignore regular daily maintenance, your home is not only going to be a smelly mess, it's going to start developing some more serious issues. Now, let's say that your home did develop some more serious problems, termites, wood rot, maybe the plumbing is backed up. At this point, you decide it's time to clean up, so you start taking out the trash and pulling the weeds and sweeping the floor. Those are good things, but the issues have become more serious. And even if you do get rid of the termites, the damage they've left behind is still there. So in her blog, she says, it's the same in marriage. When there's no mutual maintenance of the relationship, it's going to need repair. And if you don't mutually make the repairs needed, the relationship will die. And I love this idea of it's mutuality. Both people need to be working towards maintaining and repairing the relationship, right? And so that's where the commitment comes in. And then commonality, right? We think about having common goals or beliefs, and when you think about this, it doesn't mean that you have to have everything in common. Like you don't have to have the exact same goals or the exact same beliefs, right? But you do want them to be complementary, right, to each other. So it can cause a lot more challenges for individuals that have really strong differences in beliefs. But commonality really builds rapport and comfort and can make communication easier. And it can reduce conflict by really aligning your values and your priorities. And really, the commonality is also energy. I was talking with a coworker of mine, and I said, what do you look for, like, with a healthy relationship? She's like, I want somebody that matches my energy, in the sense of, like, somebody who is, like, willing to be fun and carefree, or willing to be serious with me at times, or someone that can really look at that. Because if you have one person that is go, 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 and the other person is like, no, I just like to stay home, are you going to have a really fulfilling relationship? It can be really challenging, and so someone that can match my energy. I really love that she shared that. And so the commonality is important to have those things that you share, but it's also okay to have some differences as long as you can work those out and can have civil discussions about that. I'm not the greatest at this because my husband and I have very different beliefs, and sometimes I'm like, about things, but we also have to figure out how to work through it to have a healthy health in our relationship. So have you guys seen Simon, is it Sinek, before on TikTok? I like him. He has a really good video clip here about conflict resolution.
My girlfriend and I were having a pretty bad argument, and it went something like this. Here's what I did right, and here's what you did wrong. The response was, well, here's what I did right, and here's what you did wrong. The response was, well, here's what I did right. In fact, here's 2 things I did right, and here's 4 things you did wrong, right? And this went on, clearly going nowhere. It's getting more heated, it's getting more aggressive, it's getting more personal, and I had the situational awareness to realize this is a lose-lose situation. And I literally interrupted. I said, okay, hey, I'm interrupting our argument, and I'm making new rules, okay? Currently what we're doing is I'm telling you the things I did right, and I'm telling you the things you did wrong, and you're doing the same. I'm changing the rules, new rules. I'm gonna tell you the things that I did wrong, and I'm gonna tell you the things that you did right. I'm gonna go first, and then you're gonna go, okay? Here's what I got wrong, and here's what you got right. And she goes, well, here's what I got wrong, and here's what you got right. And I was, well, here's what I got wrong, and in 4 minutes, we were joking and laughing and hugging and realizing that we were contributing to the tension, but also the other person was really trying.
Interesting. It's a nice reverse.
And
try that.
What do you guys think? Do you think that might work? I love that. I love that because it really did flip the script in this conflict resolution of, like, you know what, this person is trying, but we're missing each other. We're missing each other in this conflict resolution. So with conflict resolution, everyone is going to have conflict in a relationship, right? We're always going to have challenges. We're always going to have problems. But, the idea is to be able to stay present, right? Be able to stay engaged, talking with them. Now, in a healthy relationship, conflict, you're going to be able to do these things. In an unhealthy and abusive relationship, conflict may mean that you need to exit, like for your physical safety, like get out of the room or, end the conversation, right? But when you have a healthy relationship, conflict resolution is listening actively, right? Reflecting back to them, like making sure that you're checking in about understanding, staying present, like not checking out, giving good eye contact, things like that, and communicating through the issues. I love this video clip just thinking about like this person was really trying, but like the tension was there. And how do you de-escalate and reverse that? So healthy relationships have good conflict resolution. So in addition, a healthy relationship is going to have connection, right? So we talked about a lot of the different areas already today about relationships and abuse in a sense, right? We talked about like emotional abuse, physical abuse where there's spiritual abuse or things like that. But then think about the reverse of that. That is those healthy connections, right? Those healthy connections when it looks to like emotional connection. So emotional connection looks like feeling seen, feeling heard, feeling acknowledged or understood in a relationship, right? And then an emotional connection is also being able to share your feelings openly and honestly, being able to show empathy, compassion, and support during both the good times and the bad times in a relationship, right? And your intellectual connection means that you can engage in conversations, share ideas or shared interests, respect each other's viewpoints. Even when you disagree, you're able to have those connections. And then physical connection includes, affection, holding hands, hugging, kissing, sexual intimacy, feeling safe and desired in a relationship. And then thinking about and even understanding and communicating and honoring each other's boundaries, right? Spiritual or a value-based connection. So you share those things in common that really give meaning to life for you. Like what is it? What's your goals? What are your goals? Do they align that way? And then supporting each other's philosophies and ideas. And then of course, shared experiences. People say oftentimes you have more connections when you've gone through a challenging experience. So if anyone's ever backed up a camper or a trailer, that can be a very traumatic experience, right, with somebody. But it also, sometimes people say you have a funny story that comes from it afterwards or things like that. So just thinking about shared experiences, the good and the bad sometimes when it comes to silly things. All right. And then I love this guy. They're playing telephone here, right? Can you hear me? I don't hear you, right? We talk in addition to young people saying that they want loyalty in relationships, they always say communication. I want communication. And like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean to somebody? Like, what does communication mean? Does that mean that you're texting me often, that you're engaging with me? Does it mean that we're having open conversations? Is it respectful? And so when you think about communication respectfully, it's not just your words, right? It's your tone of voice, right? It's your body language, right? So being respectful in communication and open, meaning being open and honest about your genuine feelings in the relationship, your wants out of the relationship, what you desire, things like that, right? If you are not communicating openly and you're not telling people what you really think or what you really want, then that can contribute to the relationship disintegrating or not being as healthy as possible. And so that communication is important, as well as it's two-way. It's two-way communication. Not one person always talking and the other person always listening, right? Or not just being, like we said before, not being the one that's always trying to fix things and the other person is just not doing that. And then effective communication also is, take a break. Like if you need to take a break because you're having a heated discussion, taking a break is important. One of the things that I saw that I thought was really good, it was like telling your partner, I need 15 minutes and I'm gonna come back to this and we can come back to this. Or you know what, I need a break from this tonight, let's discuss it tomorrow, right? Because oftentimes for people that if you are having a conflict and someone walks away, that can escalate somebody, right? Because they're like, they're avoiding me, they're leaving me, they're abandoning me, right? But being able to have that give them that framework, right? Like, we're gonna take a break, we'll come back to this, or we can discuss this later, right? And then empathy. That was one of the things that I really loved about what Mandi shared earlier today about like teaching empathy, like helping people to preventing violence is helping people like understand empathy. And so this is from a campaign that was done for young people about accountability and healthy relationships, and empathy was really talking about how you honor and affirm people's feelings. You don't have to agree with their feelings. You don't have to agree with everything, the way that they're even seeing the situation, to be able to honor their feelings and affirm that maybe they felt that way. Same thing with validating and respecting their opinions. So when you look at empathy too, it's always you have to check like not assuming the intent, right? Because when you've been in a relationship for a little while, you may start thinking that you know what the other person's thinking, right? I do that. Like I'm like, oh, I know where this argument's going, or I know where this line of thought is. And so I start like building up a story in my mind of like what this person is thinking and what they're wanting to do or what they want to say to me. And sometimes I'm not right? So I'm assuming that they have this intent, and that's not the case. So in a healthy relationship, you do not want to assume that intent. You want to be open, you want to be curious, you want to listen, and then you can build that empathy in those relationships. And of course, we want to have fun, right? What relationship just do you want to sit around and like stare at each other and not have any fun, right? I love this group of people toasting with their coffee cups or whatever, but with fun. I mean, obviously you want to be able to laugh, right? You want to be able to play. You want to be able to explore. Right? Relationships are about growth. I always think about with a healthy relationship, your life gets bigger. Your life is bigger because you have this person in your life, you're having more experiences, you're enjoying more things. An unhealthy relationship, your life is smaller, right? The isolation, the things that it feels like it's caving in on you, right? A healthy relationship is wonderful because it is growing and it's bigger. So. And then safety. Safety, of course, is the opposite of the danger and the things that we talked about before. I love that what Mandi shared, that we all deserve peace and safety, right? We all deserve peace and safety. It's a right, to peace and safety. So when you think about safety in relationships, you have to build and grow trust. And one of the examples I love to think about is like, if I were to so I know Jody, so I'm going to pick on Jody. So if I were to go to Jody and be like, hey, Jody, will you lend me $1, right? And so Jody's like, sure, I'll give you $1, right? And then later on, I give Jody her $1 back, right? Does that build a little bit of trust, right? Because I borrowed something, she got back from what she needed from me, right? Would it be wise for me to go and be like, hey, this lady over here, I'm going to give you $100, right? And you're going to give it back to me, right? When you think about it, I don't know this person, right? And so sometimes in relationships, we give somebody the $100 version of us, right, before we know if they're trustworthy, right? So we give people trust a little bit at a time. You build trust over time. And so that's where safety comes. And so you think about it, with safety, you have to communicate, right? That's all these things tie together. When you think about consent, we've talked about consent already in our discussions today. When you think about consent, it is really being able to say no, right? Being able to communicate about what you want and what you don't want. And then safety also includes respecting people's autonomy, right? Respecting their ability to say yes or no, respecting their autonomy for their decisions. And then, of course, safety is refusing to physically or emotionally harm another person, right? So this is how we can build safety in relationships, where we're refusing to use those abusive tactics. Do we all make mistakes in relationships? We do. No one's perfect, right? But when we really set the standard for ourselves to be like, I am not going to physically or emotionally harm another person. I'm going to try to really not do those things. And then we can build safety. And then, I love this little kid. Isn't he so cute? I also think healthy relationships have shared power, right? They have shared power and shared responsibility, right? So when you look at reciprocity, that is the idea of both being able to give and to receive, right? So healthy relationships have freedom, they have mutuality, and they have the reciprocity. I'm going to say that wrong again. Reciprocity. So when you think about in a unhealthy relationship, do you remember at the very beginning, was it Tyler was the character on the very end, right? He was like, that's just how relationships are. Like, I'm up here and this person's down here, right? They don't have equal say. They don't have equal power. And so when you think about equal say, in a healthy relationship, you have equal say about activities. You have equal say about money. You have equal say about, how you make decisions for your family, for your kids, things like that. And with shared power, it's also you create solutions, right? I don't know, from myself, like, people talk a lot about compromise. And so you think, well, what does compromise mean? And some people will say, well, compromise means that sometimes you get your way and sometimes I get my way. That's compromise. And I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like compromise is we each like work it out till we have a solution that we both are comfortable with. Not that you get your way sometimes and I get my way one time. Because when that happens, then it's kind of like this, it gets out of balance. It can be out of balance really easily. So you think about shared power and shared responsibility is creating those solutions. And it's about transparency, being transparent about your actions, about your thoughts. Oh, my battery's low. Good thing I'm almost done. All right. And then accountability in relationships. We talked a little bit about that earlier, about that if you can be accountable for your actions, acknowledging your hurts, repairing harms in relationships, that's where that shared responsibility and shared power comes together. So this is our contact information for the DUBS program. As we've mentioned several times throughout the presentation, our program serves the nine counties of the Nebraska Panhandle. And so our services are available. We have our 24-hour hotline number. We have our 24-hour text line. And so I just want to make sure that this is available to you. Feel free to take a picture of this if you want to. We also have materials at the back. We have some backpacks for all your stuff today. We have keychains, brochures. Our program provides crisis and support services, and we also do lots of prevention and education work. And so we're happy to come and speak to classrooms, community organizations, just to continue to spread this message about education and prevention, and really creating communities where everyone feels safe, feels respected, and where they know how to have healthy relationships. So that's my spiel. Any thoughts or questions on healthy relationships?
I have a question.
Yes.
So, like, earlier we were talking about red flags.
Mm-hmm.
Are red flags, like, I guess it depends on a person, but is it, like, really a deal breaker? Like, say that there's one, as long as you address it, is that, like, appropriate? That, like, even if somebody has a red flag, you're just like, hey, this is something I realized.
Yeah. I think that the thing to think about with red flags is that a red flag is something that brings to your attention that this person might have, might be dangerous, right? Or it might not be something that's healthy. And I think that you can definitely address it, but then you have to see how does that person, are they at a place in their life where they can work on it? Are they able to work on it? Are they able to be accountable, right? Are they growing? Are they making changes? And I think that for each person, you have to decide what your deal breakers are, right? But also, you have to realize that an abusive person will oftentimes manipulate that. So if you're giving them an opportunity, they're going to take that opportunity and manipulate it. And so I think all of us probably have our hurts and our wounds that make us have ways that we react and things like that. So no one is going to be a perfect partner, right? But it's also about am I willing to be accountable for what I'm doing? Am I willing to make those changes? And am I in a place where I can acknowledge that I'm causing harm, right? And so I think an abusive person will give you lip service, but you have to look at their actions and how long that takes. And so that's where I think a red flag is something that makes your mind think, but don't dismiss it thinking that they're working on it. Realize that that's something that's not going to change easily because it's a way of doing it. And an abusive person really, it's the way that they think, it's the way that they believe that, so all of the things that make them abusive are those thoughts, attitudes, and behaviors that support their violence in their life. They think that that's okay. And so that's where we have to change those attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors in the general culture so that we're no longer supporting violence. So other thoughts? All right. Fantastic. All right, you guys are still awake. Woohoo! All right, thank you. We're going to have our next speaker come up.
All righty, everybody. So our last speaker of the day is Mandi Pratt. And Mandi Pratt lives by 3 words: peace, purpose, and power. After a personal plot twist involving the FBI almost 2 decades ago, she turned her trauma into triumph and her life's mission. Today, she's a sought-after speaker, resilience educator, and advocate for both emotional and physical safety. Mandi believes intuition is a superpower to be tapped into, and safety is a right, not a privilege, and every person has the power to become their own hero. Please help me welcome Mandi Pratt.
All right, a lot of us have had our own stories, and we have felt unsafe or vulnerable at some point, whether it's in a relationship or just out and about, right? And I shared with you my own story, and now we're gonna quickly go over my journey since you've already heard it, but we're gonna focus in on the value of self-defense. Remember, I was saying how much that helped me, and the transformation it provides, the benefits of self-defense, practical skills. You guys, I know we start to fall asleep at the end, but we're gonna actually stand up and move around, and it's gonna be super fun. And we're gonna talk about empowerment. So remember how I was talking about feeling vulnerable, right? And helpless? I'm sure a lot of you have felt that as well at some point in your life, whether it was, like I was saying, in a relationship, or maybe out and about, you were somewhere where you didn't feel safe. So we're going to give some actionable tips and life skills for you to use as you go about your life. So you don't feel like this. No control. We want to have options, right? I mean, realistically speaking, we can't be in control all the time, right? What can we truly control and not control, right? So again, we want to get out of that set of waves that keeps knocking us down, right? And taking our breath away. So we want to move out of that. And I mentioned with you, counseling, talking with friends, going for walks was super helpful. But when I started learning self-defense, which was over 10 years ago, that's when I really started to get my power back. So what do I mean by self-defense, right? What do you guys think of? Just shout out. What do you think of when I say self-defense? Fight. What else? Protecting your body. What else? Safe. In safe situations. What else? The Second Amendment. Okay, what else? Martial arts. Anything else? We covered it pretty well. All right. What I'm talking about is empowered self-defense. Everybody thinks I'm going to get on stage and I'm going to talk about all the tools that you should carry with you, right? But it goes beyond that. So we're going to get into that, but why is self-defense training important? Why do you think that's important? Make you feel less helpless. Make you feel like you're less of a target, maybe, right? So, a lot of times it's interesting because I feel like the blame, we're trying not to victim blame, right? So, but we don't want to go too far to the other side where we say, well, it's just not our responsibility. So, these people who are doing violence, they just need to stop. So I'm not carrying anything because it's not my responsibility. I would love it if we got to that point someday, but we're not there yet. So that's why I like to make sure that everybody knows about this while we're working on the other side of it. So I like to say that women's safety is a community issue. Do you guys agree with me there? Right? And of course, it's not only women that get attacked, right? We want to acknowledge that. But I just want to be careful that we don't, swing too far the other way and then just say, I'm going to give up, right? Because I can tell you from personal experience, I walk taller, I have more confidence when I know this information. And as you're going to see, that's an important thing in keeping yourself safer. So I wanted to share with you some interesting studies, and then we're going to get up and move. So I'm not going to put you to sleep here. So these stats share that empowerment increases with self-defense knowledge. So this is proof. So there's 2 studies. The first one was by the Psychology of Women Quarterly, 2020, University of Oregon. So it evaluated the effectiveness of self-defense training for ages 18 to 77 years, those who completed their 9-hour community-based empowerment self-defense course versus similar women who did not take the course. Here's what the participants reported. Significantly less sexual assault at the 1-year follow-up, significantly greater self-defense, self-efficacy, more accurate knowledge about sexual assault and possibility of resistance, less self-silencing than those who did not take the course. Interesting, right? So this research provides the first systemic evidence that empowerment self-defense training can be effective in preventing assault in adult populations outside of educational contexts. So we're learning that empowerment self-defense training is therefore an important part of assault prevention efforts. Interesting, right? So I did my own study because when I first started doing all of this, the first thing I thought of was make a self-defense course, because that's what people were asking for when I was sharing my my life story. And I did a survey of those who went through my course. So in 2025, I evaluated the effectiveness of this self-defense course for ages 38 to 74 years old women who completed my 4-hour empowerment self-defense course. So it was interesting to see what they reported, and this was after 2 years. So this was 2 years after taking that. You can see the chart on the left here. So you see the lighter color is before the course, the darker color is after the course. So you see that there's an increase in feeling generally safer, and there's a significant increase in feeling empowered. That's cool, right? And a very significant increase in feeling like they could avert an attack from either a stranger or an acquaintance. That's a really hard word to say, acquaintance. So that was really helpful to see. So benefits of self-defense, increased confidence. Remember how I was just talking about that? Changed stature, and then living safer with prevention. So I'm gonna give you guys a pop quiz. All right, so on your left, you have the gal who's leaning against the tree there. On your right, you have the gal who's walking. So tell me, if you were a perpetrator and you wanted to tackle this person, who would you choose? The person on your left or your right? Why would you choose the person on your left? She's distracted. What else? She's not moving. What else? She's not stable. Good job. Her back's turned, right? She's distracted, right? Should she be able to do that and stand that way and not get attacked? Yes. Okay, and the person on the right, what is she doing? What would make you think that maybe that wouldn't be a good person to target? Why? She looks confident. Okay, why else? Aware. More assertive. Yep, exactly. Eye contact. She's already moving, right? Yeah. Maybe, yeah. These are all things to consider, right? So here's how perpetrators choose their victim. And by knowing this, knowledge is power, right? While victimization is caused solely by perpetrators, we want to keep that in mind. Look at this. Posture, right? Gaze. Purpose. The gal who is walking straight ahead, right? She looks like she's on a mission, right? The other person was just standing there, hands full, not paying attention, right? Wouldn't that be so easy to knock her over because she's like this, right? We're going to go over a little bit of that. Again, not her fault. She should be able to do that, right? Just showing you like a general example of just some things to think about. It doesn't mean that we always have to, be ready like that. It's just if you're feeling unsafe, these are just some things to keep in mind and just being aware of your surroundings. So we're going to go over some practical skills that are simple and actionable, but first, mindset. A lot of people ask me, like, which self-defense tool should I carry with me? What do you think? Which one do you like best? But honestly, first, I believe that your brain is the best safety tool. I really believe that. And more specifically, our intuition is a survival mechanism, right? How many times, raise your hand, has anybody ever said, man, I really wish I didn't listen to my intuition? Nobody, right? Because a lot of times we rationalize it away, right? How many times do you hear when something happens, they're like, oh, I knew something was off, right? Our intuition is giving us these clues. And actually, when I say it's a survival mechanism, our brain is collecting these clues into our subconscious, and it's like filing them away into these file folders, right? And so once you get all of these clues, they start stacking up, and your brain starts going, danger, 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 hello, 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 right? And you guys have all felt that, where you're like, whoa, like something feels off there, right? So what can we do? I gave you guys there's the intuition quiz on my website so you can see how you rate. And then there's an intuition activation challenge that I gave you in the Dropbox there, the drive. But real quickly, we'll just go over this. So, I think back and I think of, the things that I noticed with my intuition. And I wish I would have had these life skills. That's why I love teaching these life skills. So we have these now for later. First thing, we never pause, right? When we start to notice something's bugging us, right? Our intuition, all those clues that have been filed away, right? It's trying to tell us something. But what do? We just go, 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 go every day to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. But if we actually slow down, that gives ourselves time to think. When do you do your best thinking? Shout it out. When do you get like these aha moments in your life? Is it when you're busy looking at your phone and doing emails and all that? Or is it some other time? Exactly, in the shower, right? Isn't that funny? Yeah, in the car when you're driving, especially if there's like no music on, or even sometimes with music, but it's giving you a moment to like your brain to catch up and for you to realize these things that are really going on, right? And so a lot of times I will catch myself too, I am putting dishes away. Why am I in a hurry? Why am I hurrying right now? Right? So it's just slowing down and taking that time to listen and actually listening to ourselves. So we've paused and now we've listened. Wow, I just thought of that in the shower. That's interesting. Why is that coming up for me, right? And so how many of you love journaling? How many people love journaling? A couple, okay. I'm not a journaler, so I tend to talk it out. How many of you are talkers with your friend, right? And then how many times have you talked it out and you actually answered your own question? Like they didn't even need to say anything. It's like, oh, thanks for just listening to me, right? And you get that. So it's important to process through that, right? So we've paused and we've listened, and now we're processing through that. However you process best, journaling, talking it out. And then you get to the point where you can ask yourself, okay, I'm noticing this thing. How is that making me feel? Like, oh my gosh, no wonder my stomach's tight all the time, right? Or my jaw's clenched, right? That's really bothering me. And what is my next step, right? Remember, I was talking about baby steps. So what's one thing that we can do? We can rationalize it away. Remember what I said? But remember that we never say, boy, I wish I didn't listen to my intuition, right? Or we can act on it. So we can maybe just start thinking, I could research that, or I could talk to somebody about that, or I could approach this person if it's safe to do so, and talk to them about it. So it's coming up with different solutions. The main point is we're not rationalizing it away, and we're actually listening to our intuition. I have a really, really good podcast episode on this. I think it was like one of the first, it's in the first 10. It's called Kelly's Story. And it's a true story that happened there's a book called The Gift of Fear that I would highly recommend. It's by Gavin DeBecker, The Gift of Fear. And in chapter 4, I believe it is, there's a gal named Kelly telling her story. She was assaulted. And this expert, he's a safety expert, the author of the book, walks through with her only because she wanted to, the clues that were stacking up in her brain. So this guy was in her apartment complex, which is gated. And who was this guy in the first place? He was a stranger, what was he doing there? And then she was carrying her groceries in, right? And she dropped the bag, and all of a sudden this guy is there to help her pick up like the cans of cat food. And then he goes, oh, you have a cat. Oh, I would love to see the cat. Oh, let me help you upstairs, okay? I'll help you up, and no problem. And she said, no, I'm good. No, thanks. What do we think? Especially ladies, we think we need to always be nice to people. So she said no. He discounted her no and helped her anyway. And so he ended up assaulting her, sadly. Again, not her fault. And so it's interesting to watch her go through that. She obviously survived, and she wanted to help other people understand this and understand about the intuition and listening to those clues. So it's a really interesting, I was reading through the chapter and sharing about that in that episode. So that's a very tangible example. What's something that we don't think of as a tool? The element of surprise. Because think back to those photos that I shared, right? What is the perpetrator trying to do? He's trying to surprise, right? It's easy to surprise the person who was leaning up against the tree and not, looking that way, right? She would be easy to surprise. How about this? What if we surprised that person instead, right? So I get this question a lot as people ask me like, okay, so I want to carry pepper spray. Should I carry it like on my keychain, or what should I do? And so just my own personal thought is I think it's a better idea to surprise them. So I would not carry it on my keychain. In fact, I carry it in my purse. I have a purse that I carry, and it's got like a little side pocket inside. And so I carry it, and it's already open and ready to spray. And so I practice what that feels like. So I'm right-handed, and so I carry it on my left shoulder, and I know what it feels like, right? So I can just grab in. And so that would be surprising, wouldn't it? If somebody's coming towards me, that would be very surprising. So I like to use pepper spray I like to carry 2 different tools with me. I think it's important to have different layers because They serve a different purpose. Pepper spray is good for reaching somebody further away from you, right? And then I carry a knife, which is for hand to hand, which I hope never happens, right? And again, with any tool you carry, you have to be trained with that, right? So I get this question a lot too. Well, if I carry a knife, what if they use it against me, right? So, but if you've got the element of surprise and you've already trained with that, the chances of that happening are very low, right? And so I don't want to be left being the one who's surprised with no options, right? So I mentioned that I have a neuromuscular disorder and I'm now over 50. So my chances of hand-to-hand combat with somebody, especially younger, is not really that good. So I really like to keep, that pepper spray would be first to use to keep somebody away, right? But we're going to talk about another tool that we already have on our body at all times. Any guesses? I want to do that before we... Any guesses on what that tool is? We got our brain. What else do we have? Your voice. Good job. Awesome. What about this? Being aware of your surroundings. I want to ask you, how many of you walk around like this? Right? I do that sometimes. How many of you almost run into a stop sign or a pole? Right? Totally. Sometimes we do need to check our phone, so that's okay. But if you're somewhere where maybe you don't feel safe, then it would be a good idea to not use that time to check your phone, right? So being aware of our surroundings. What are some places that you might feel unsafe in general? Yep, downtown area, lots of buildings, alleys. At night when it's dark and you can't see. Parking garage, anybody else? I don't like those things, right? But you can get creative, right? If you're in a parking garage and you don't feel safe, what is something that you can do? Let's say you're in the store, you don't see anybody out there, and you are needing to go back to your car. What can you do? Can you wait? Can you wait until you see another group leaving and going towards the parking garage? Sure. If you were by yourself and you didn't feel safe, can you ask for help? Can you go to a clerk and say, hey, you know what, it got dark before I was ready for it. Is there anybody that can just help me walk out and just watch me, go to my car, make sure I'm okay? What about that, right? There's different things that we can do to help ourselves. And it takes practice to be able to not, feel bad about asking for help. But I want to encourage you guys to do that if you need it. What about this one? Undoing cultural conditioning. I have another podcast episode not that long ago. It's called, I don't remember, something about jumper cables. Because at one of the speaking presentations I did, it was more of a workshop. And one gal was sharing her story. And she said she was okay, but she said she pulled up to the gas station and this guy came out of nowhere and he was like, my car is dead. I really need help. Do you have jumper cables? And she was like, oh yeah, I got jumper cables. And so she got him out. And then he's like, I'm parked around the corner. And she was like, okay. But she went anyway because we're so conditioned to be nice. Right? What else could she do instead? And she was okay, thank goodness, but what else could she do instead? If somebody comes up to you, you're by yourself at the gas station at night, you're not feeling safe, what can you do? Somebody comes up to you, excuse me, my car is dead, I really need to be somewhere at this time, I need help. Kid, do you have jumper cables? There you go, perfect, right? You don't have to help them right away. Go ahead. Yep. When is it okay to lie? Anytime you don't feel safe, right? I asked that to a Girl Scout once, and she you could see her mind just go, like, what? So it's undoing that conditioning, right? Super important, especially for us ladies, especially my age, like we're taught to be sugar, spice, and everything nice. Well, sometimes we shouldn't be that, because what is most important? Our safety, right? Yeah, I'd love to help the guy with the jumper cables, but somebody else another guy is gonna pull up and he's got them and he can help them, right? So we don't have to help, or if you want to help, I'm late, I can make a phone call for you, whatever, like you had said, I'll have my buddy come out. So it's up to you what you want to do. But remember, your safety is number one. So we mentioned the voice, right? So I'm going to have you all stand up for those of you who can and who feel comfortable doing so. Go ahead and stand up. And you might want to shut the door because we're about to get really loud. All right. So, when we are in a situation where we feel unsafe, you can use your voice. Remember, I was talking about the element of surprise? Do you think that it might be surprising if somebody was approaching me at a gas station at night and I don't feel safe? What do you think this person would do if I said, what are you doing? We usually laugh when we feel uncomfortable, right? What are you doing, right? Or if I said, no, stop. Do you think that person might think twice about coming my way, right? Okay, so I want you all to practice. When you're doing this, you want to keep it short. You don't want to be like, stop, I told you to blah, 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 right? You just want to pick like one word or a couple words. Let's just choose stop, okay? So I want you to, I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to say stop loud. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Pretty good. Okay, so do you think that it would be even more surprising if we did it so loud, right? So a lot of times we just use our throat, right? So the sound comes from our throat. What if the sound came all the way from our stomach and we gave it everything we got? What if we even put our hand out if they're not close? Let's try that. So I want you to use your air from your stomach. Make it as loud as you can and put your hand out when I say 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to do it. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Don't you think that was way stronger? Yes. So I'm going to give you homework if you would like to. You can practice in your car on the way back to your house. And I want you to see how loud you can get, okay? Just try 3 times. You can say stop, and then try 2 more times and see if you can get louder. And remember, the 3rd time, that's the volume that you want to use, because what are we doing? We're surprising, right? That is going to be helpful. What's the other thing we can do? Stance. Okay. If this person's coming towards me at the gas station, or if you're in a domestic violence situation, so look at the way I'm standing right now. See my feet? They're close together, right? Put your feet close together. Do you feel stable? No. Okay, put your feet like shoulder width apart. Bend your knees just a little bit. Do you feel more stable now? Okay. So now I'm going to teach you something called moving off the X. The X is where you are standing. And so if somebody were to come and attack you, you are standing on the X. So you want to move off the X. What do we normally do if somebody's coming towards me right now, right? What do? We do this, right? That's not going to end well, because guess what? There's an end right here. So I'm going to end up like this, and this person has full control, right? So what we want to do is we want to move off the X. So we want to move to the side. Has anybody played basketball before? Yeah, it's kind of like a pivot. So you're moving and then you're running. So if this person is coming towards me, they're going to think I'm going to do this, right? No, please don't hurt me, blah, blah, right? So I'm going to do this. stop really loud, and they're going to keep coming, maybe, hopefully not. And so I'm going to move to the side, and I'm going to run this way. And then I'm going to yell, call 911 if somebody's around. If not, yell it anyway, right? And if I had to do that right now, instead of just saying, call 911, nobody knows who's doing it, right? So if that were to happen to me right now, I would look at you and say, call 911, right? So there's one person with the task, and it will get done. So let's practice moving off the X if you can, safely. Be careful. Okay, so somebody's coming towards you. You have shoulder width apart stance here. Try moving to the side. Don't cross your feet. Move to the side and pretend like you're running. Okay? Look, if you're back here and you cross your feet and you do this, then you're gonna fall over, right? So you're kind of pivoting like a basketball move. So you're doing this and running. And you're yelling, call 911 to somebody specific. You can practice that at home too. If you have somebody at home, you can show them, even your dog. So those are three things. We talked about our brain. You guys can sit down if you want. We talked about our brain. That's a great tool that we have anytime. We talked about our voice. That's a great tool. We talked about the stance. We talked about being aware of our surroundings, undoing cultural conditioning, right? So those are very actionable things that you guys can use anytime. So we've got mindset, right? So thinking of, I left you guys some affirmation cards on the table, and it says, I choose to live in peace and safety. So I was bound and determined in my story that myself and my son were going to live in peace and safety. And so I was set on that, and that was my mindset. And so that really helped me move forward with that. And then we were talking about being surprised, the element of surprise. And then something else is muscle memory. Remember when I was talking about having the pepper spray in my purse? I didn't just practice that once. So I've practiced it quite a few times. And then I also practice like with my left hand. Can I still get at it? What if somebody grabs my right hand, right? So just making that a practice is super helpful, and your brain already knows what to do, right? So you don't go, right? You're just like, boom, you know how to grab it. So if you do want to choose a tool, I would suggest choosing one, maybe eventually two, but I remember starting to learn self-defense, and I learned from somebody super gnarly. And so we went straight for the gun, and he taught me the gun. But I was like, hey, what about pepper spray? Because women they carry pepper spray. It's what they're comfortable with. And he was like, I don't know, I have no idea. And so I started looking it up myself, and I couldn't find the information I needed. So I gathered all the info, and I wrote my own book. And so this is on Amazon. I will pass it around. There's a little QR code if you want to purchase it, but it talks about all the different things. So pepper spray, did you know that it expires after 4 years? Did you know how far you can send it out? Did you know that there's different forms, not just pepper spray, but pepper gel? I highly recommend pepper gel for you guys because it's really windy here. And trust me, when you spray that, you don't want that back on you, right? So I'm going to toss this out. You guys can take a peek and pass it around if you like. All right, and then what's the goal, really? Do we want to fight? I don't want to fight. Does anybody want to fight? We want to escape. That's the goal, right? That is the goal. That's the whole point of what we're talking about. And if something bad happened to you, you are not a bad person. Remember how we were talking about that girl has every right to stand against a tree like that, right? What if she gets attacked? Is it her fault? Should she feel bad? No, the shame belongs on the offender. So what can we truly control in life, right? We can learn these things and we can prepare and know all of this information as we can. You know, when you're newly victimized, right, it's a lot to pile all that on top of you. I mentioned I learned from somebody super gnarly. I was already really traumatized, and then to show up and be like, okay, what are we doing? Like, that was a lot. And so I recommend learning from somebody that's more of like along your level, maybe. That's why I made that the course and everything for women, because it's like, man, to learn that from a woman who knows, we talk about pepper spray and all of that. I'm still very, very grateful for the person who taught me, but just sharing that information. And so, of course, we don't want to stay stuck in that victim mindset, right? So my ex, he was always stuck in the victim mindset, right? Why does this always happen to me? I'm such a poor me, blah, blah, blah. But I was a victim, but I didn't want to stay a victim. I want to be a thriver. So what can I do to help myself feel better, right? So I took self-defense and learned all of that. And that was super, super helpful. So we can write our own story at our own pace, right? So when you have complex PTSD, you know, it might be a little bit difficult to get started, but with the right support, you can do that in little baby steps. So here's some fun pictures back when we were starting our own life and you know, starting to gain that information and realize life can be good, right? Life doesn't have to be bad. It should be fun. It should be a bright, bright future. So who else is determined to live a life of peace and safety? Anybody else? Yeah? Awesome. I love to see that. And remember, healing happens in safe places. So ideally, we can get to safety first. Remember, safety plan. I saw that in the back. Good job, doves. So it's tricky if you're leaving. You don't just want to be like, hey, I'm leaving you. You're horrible. Goodbye, right? Usually that doesn't go well. So it's good to have a safety plan. And then remember the things that I've taught you here. Again, I have the slides for you here at the end. So people ask me this, okay, got it. I really want to learn this. What's my first step, right? And so we mentioned, you guys, I said, what do you think of with self-defense? Somebody said martial arts, right? You can learn online. There's different courses. You can go to martial arts. But if you go to martial arts, please choose a place that also teaches situational awareness, because it's not just about the moves. If I know all the moves, but I'm walking through the parking garage at night all the time and I'm looking at my phone and I'm not paying attention, right? The goal is to escape and not have to use that stuff. Who has heard of Krav Maga? Anybody? Couple people? Okay. That is the closest thing to street fighting. So if you're able, I'm not really able to do that so well. I'll get a migraine for like a couple days if I do hand-to-hand combat. But this is a good way to learn street fighting if you would like that. So some places, some martial arts places offer that. A good place sometimes is a DV shelter. Sometimes they might have a class like that. I wish all of them did. That would be amazing, is a self-defense class. Sometimes colleges. So there's something called model mugging, where you actually fight off a guy that's in padded stuff. I did that and it was so gnarly. And of course, I didn't feel good for days after that, but it was like quite an experience. So sometimes through colleges, they might have somebody come through, or even community centers, like your city rec center might have that. So just some ideas for you guys, if you're interested in that. So just sharing like how that helped me. I mentioned to you guys, I got talk therapy. That was great, that was helpful. But to start moving my body and then to have some powerful options, right? So I didn't feel as vulnerable. That was super, super helpful. And now I'm more aware. And so people sometimes think, that means, oh, like you gotta look over your shoulder all the time. Oh my gosh, right? That's what we're trying to undo, is the hypervigilance, because when you have more knowledge, knowledge is power. So I have options, right? So if I'm walking through campus at night and I don't know this area, right? I still know that I have options, right? So to me, that makes me feel calmer that I've learned this information because I'm more prepared. And again, learning at your own pace. I have solutions. Again, peace and safety are a basic human right, right? So I believe peace is for me, everybody else, right? We all deserve that. So we can see now, self-defense empowers victims. You guys heard my own journey. You've seen the value of self-defense, the transformation it provides, the benefits of self-defense, practical skills, empowerment. Do you guys feel a little bit more empowered by doing the voice exercise, the stance exercise? Yeah? Practice at home if you want to. Let's help victims get their power back, right? Let's do this. Thank you so much. If you feel like it, you can do one last survey. If you don't, no problem. Again, there's some downloadables. The slides are there, and then there's a couple of other things in there for you too. If you don't want to do the survey, just click through, and then you can grab the goodies. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, we just wanted to thank all of you guys for coming in today and stopping by or staying throughout the whole day and making your trips down here. Also wanted to thank our speakers, Mandi, Pratt, Ashley with Wavy, Lisa with Doves, and all of our sponsors, Emily and Sandy, CSC Psychological Sciences Department, Washington Ford, Options in Psychology, Alyssa Elm, Michael Claus, Sean Claus, Leon and Michelle Claus, In Spirit Counseling, Hughes Brother Inc., Chadron Community Hospital, Western Municipal Construction, Robert and Vicky Hilbert, Chadron Federal Credit Union, CSC Senate, April, Hyper Whitney, Tyler Elm, Emma Trott, Linda and Michael Shirley, Kyle Shirley, Michael Shirley, Tina Connolly, CSC Wellness, and Beacon.